And we're live. At least I think we are anyway. Hopefully. Everything looks good. Should have good sound. Anyway, let's say hi to everybody. So it looks like Tom Grassi got the cookie. Congrats, Tom. Enjoy that cookie and welcome aboard the Shortline. And Ray Gigliotti got the half cookie. Good to see you here, Ray. Glad you're around. John Nippenberg got crumbs. Yeah, well, John, next time maybe you'll get the cookie. Now we got Gerald Stewart. Gerald, good to see you. And who else? Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. Hey, Joe, good to see you. Jerry 2057, Jesse, good to see you. Ray Bertelson, hey Ray, how's it going? Good to see you here. Chuck Shriver, good to see you too. And Tom Strange and Things, hey Tom, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. And Derek Alexander, hey Derek, yeah, you're here. And believe it or not, I could even put your thing up on the board. I got it working today. So we're good to go. Alright. That's everybody, I believe, so glad you're all here. It's Thursday, April 2nd, the day after April Fool's Day. That's like the April Half Fool's Day. Hard telling. Anyway. Welcome to the Shortline. I seem to have everything working. I'm looking at my monitor, everything looks good. Keep our fingers crossed, hope they stay good. Of course, y'all know I'm on Starlink right now. Starlink has had some pretty incredible speeds today. I'm really surprised, but that's good. So, I'm printing something, as you can see, right there. I'm printing another cabinet for small parts. I had some problems earlier with adhesion on the build plate. So Tom Grassi says, well, you need some of the special glue that that the A1 makes. Bamboo Labs. So he gave me the link for it. And I bought it. I got it overnighted to me. I ordered it last night. Came in at 7 o'clock this morning. And it works actually pretty good. It was a bit pricey, but hey, if it works, it's worth the effort, right? Oh, hey, Dwight, how's it going? Good to see you here. Well, Chuck, I'm printing it's a small parts cabinet. 8 drawers for, little stuff. Like I could put knuckle couplers in there, assorted screws, all little tiny parts that I would probably lose otherwise. I already have one. As you can see, this one right here. There's actually some screws in there. And they're nice little drawers. And the cabinet holds 8 of them. So I decided I'm going to make a few of them. So I'm printing up the second one now. It's a 6-hour print. Should be done about 9:30 tonight. Probably long after I've ended the stream. But then I got to print the drawers. I'll print 2 drawers at a time, and the drawers take about 2 hours for a pair of them. Not bad, Yeah, it is pretty neat. I mean, I really couldn't find any good parts cabinets locally, like Harbor Freight and stuff. They have these really pathetic ones. They're outrageously priced. Or I could put one of these together for about $5. Can't go wrong. So, it is what it is. Let's see, have I done anything else? Not really. Y'all know that I had massive computer problems. I'm mostly on OBS. Well, computer all the ways around, but once I got that straightened out, I had to get OBS straightened out. Yesterday, some of you guys were on the air with me. I did a test. Are you bailing early again? No, not likely out there, Derek. I'm sure I'll be here till 8:30, maybe 9. Who knows? So, I didn't have time, and I had to take my wife to the eye doctor today for a follow-up visit for her cataract that she had repaired. I didn't get back here till 2 o'clock, thereabouts, I think. And so I came right over here, got everything set up for the show tonight. And he says, you know how to start screwing around with the overlay, see if I can get it working. And I had to think about even how to do it because it's been so long. Boom, just like that, it was up and running. I'm going, yeah. So, OBS is now pretty much complete. I still got to add a few things to the Stream Deck. But, like I said, I've got some cool stuff. I know some of you guys seen it. The next time I do a trade show haul, we got this one. That was kind of cool. That was something I made up yesterday. I was bored and it took me a couple hours, but I got it done. Don't make her eyes too good. She might see what you look like. Couldn't resist just playing. I hear you. Well, her eyes were real good before the cataracts took over. And she got one done last month. I think it was the beginning of March. And, they made it tough because even though she has insurance, she still had to throw a lot of money out of pocket at them, which is bullshit. And I had to do the same thing. I had mine done 7 or 8 years ago down in Naples. And I paid about $2,000 out of pocket, to get both eyes done. And I think she's pretty close to that. So, it is what it is. There's not much you can do about it, And I think what happened, they make up shit. Insurance picks up this and that, and but they don't really pay these guys what they want to get paid. So they say, well, we'll come up with a clinician fee or some other bullshit fee, and they get away with it, And that's how they make up what insurance won't refuse to pay them. Now, when I had mine done, it was about $7,000 per eye if you paid out of pocket, cash. Well, basically I had basic Medicare, which paid 80%, 20%, which was pretty much close to $2,000. And like you said, they added a few, extra fees on there to make the extra money back because Medicare wouldn't pay for some of it. And that's what's happening today, Even though you have insurance, it don't make a shit bit of difference. Tom says, Jim, I have seen on some shows guys have the comments automatically pop up on the screen. Actually, I can set mine up to do that too and then stay on for like 20 seconds. But I kind of like doing it manually because I pick and choose which ones I actually want to put up. But there is a provision in this program. And I use Social Stream Ninja as a third-party software for the overlay, and it does have that capability. Matter of fact, it's even got capabilities to custom make the overlay on the screen. There's all kinds of shit you can do with it. I never sat down to fool with it. I figured as long as it works half-assed, I'm good with that. Jesse is currently downpouring freezing rain here in Michigan right now. Not fun. Lucky you. Hey Les, how's it going? We, us, and company, man. Railroad. How you doing? Yeah, you don't want them all up there. Yeah, exactly. But they was using StreamYard too. I'm sure you could do it on StreamYard. I don't know how, unless somehow or another. Well, who was it? I think it was Sparky said a couple of years back because we were talking about because I was having issues with the overlay, and he says, or no, it was Heath. He said you can use your Stream Deck and all the cool programs that go with it on Stream Deck or on StreamYard rather. And I asked him how, and he started to tell me. I said, I don't want to know. It's too complicated. But apparently there is a way to do everything that I do, like on OBS. You could do it on StreamYard too. I don't know. So, actually, Tom, you should probably get a hold of Heath. He could probably tell you how he does it because he was doing it, Ray says it cooled off here today, only 81 today. It got up to 80 here in Florida. Well, where I'm at anyway. Yeah, it was 80 this morning, actually. It wasn't, but it really didn't feel hot. I mean, it was a breeze, a lot of cloud cover, which helped. So it was comfortable weather. So, but, so, like I said, it is what it is. The overlay is alright. I wish that OBS would have something built into it. I've actually emailed the guy that made OBS and said, I know you've been asked to do this, that. Really, you need to put an overlay setup in there. Instead of relying on third party, it should be built in OBS. Never heard back from him, so, I think he just doesn't give a shit. Derek says we hit 74 yesterday and today it's 40. Crazy spring. Fuck yeah, that is weird. Tom says, Jim, I think I have a handle on it now. You just need to know what hotkey is used to do that function. Yeah, probably. Yeah, and then you could program that into your Stream Deck and it makes it work that way. I figured it would probably be complicated. I didn't want to fool with it. So that's why I like OBS, because I understand OBS, And that's why I said if I couldn't get OBS working, I'd go to vMix. The same thing that Tom from Tom's Trains and Things does. He uses that. I played with a demo of it, and it's not even close to OBS. So I'd have to completely relearn how to use it. And yeah, I'm spoiled that way. I get used to something, I don't like change. So, but if I had to, I would. I mean, that's just the way it goes. But I wish everything was just simple, And every now and then I'll find a software program, regardless of what it's for, that I really like, and they'll either discontinue it or fuck it all up somehow. Yeah, there was software for OBS, outstanding bullshit. There's some truth to that, Tom, but that's what it is. It was called Dreamweaver, and it was for making web pages, and I'd used it quite a bit because before I started doing live streams, long before, I created a few web pages, websites, and it was really nice. It was easy to use. It did everything I wanted it to do. And then all of a sudden it went away. And I haven't seen it since. Once again, they take a good software program and fuck it all up. Because I tried some of the other web page creation sites, software, and I really didn't like it, That's what I'm saying. I don't know why they can't leave shit alone. Outstanding bullshit. Yeah. Well, OBS isn't that bad. It has limitations, but everything does, StreamYard has limitations. I said for a month there I paid for it. $88 for the month. There's no way I could afford to do that each and every month. That's just ridiculous. It's like fucking $1,000 a year. Thereabouts. Ain't fucking happening. And it wasn't that great for that. I mean, you know, it should have had a lot more features for that money than it actually did. You know, but if it works for you, then, you know, fine. You know, he said Tom says he uses the free version and still gets it to do what he wants, so that's pretty handy if you have that knowledge. I mean, when I started using StreamYard, it was real easy to use. Had most of the features I needed, you know, an intro and an outro, the scrolling message bar on the bottom, had everything I needed. You know, you could change camera angles. You're still restricted mostly to one camera, but there is ways around that. So, you know, what are my speeds tonight? Let me see. Is there some issues? Let me see here what's going on. Speed test. As I said, it's not doing bad. I mean, it's download's not that important, but those are pretty good download speeds for Starlink. And then the upload is there. Now 40 is excellent. And I've seen it go up to 56. And remember, I'm live right now, so it's probably kicking it down a tiny, tiny bit. I'm still getting 20 up. And the ping is a little high, 34 milliseconds, but overall not bad. Better than, you know, Comcast. Yeah, it's Thompson's Jim loud and clear. All right, cool. And no issues. Excellent. So that's what I'm saying. I hope it stays that way. It should. So, I ordered the shed last night. It was $300 even. It was actually $259 or something like that. And then there was an $80 shipping fee. Anyway, it was, well, I think it was $219 actually, but all together with the shipping fee, it came up to $300 even. Of course, then you add sales tax to it, it went a little over, but not a big deal. I bought it on time. I used the firm with $20 a month payments. So, hey Lee, Anfield Road layout in the loft. How you doing, Lee? Good to see you here. So that's ordered. That'll be here on the 8th. Either tomorrow or Saturday, I'm going to go to Home Depot and buy the wood for the floor and the joist hangers and get cracking here, because I got a lot of work to do, and I'm really chomping at the bit to get that damn room going. And I'll probably do some video or still shots at least of, you know, my progress as I start and finish. So it's gonna be good. I can't wait. And like I said, once that's done, then I can move ahead with other areas of the layout that really need to be, you know, taken care of. I was hoping to have trains running today, but I didn't have enough time yesterday or today because of pending doctor appointments and other things we had to take care of. And really all I have to do is, well, the outside main is basically ready to run, except for I don't have any power going to it. Because when I pulled up the rails behind the drop down, I had to cut the wires and lay some new track in. So I'm going to have to resolder the connections. That'll power most of that main line. I mean, there's some power on this side, but not on the other side, because I do have feeders here and there. And then for the inside main line, what I'm going to have to do for that is I've got to put a small section of track in over here behind the drop arm, and I have a small piece of track about halfway down that side where I separated the sugar short line from the main line. So I've got to put in about a 6-inch piece of track in there, because I had, it's about that, maybe 9-inch armor, because I had a turnout that I took out. So the short line is going to be its own individual track, which I've got to lay in yet. I've got the bridges laid in for it already. Some of the road bed is down. And I've got plenty of track. I just got to go out there and put it in and get feeders down on it. And of course, it's going to be using a motor man, just like the overhead rail, which I'll have to buy a second motor man, but it will be separate from the two main lines or even the second level. So I have to isolate the wiring for that. I'm not sure when I'll get onto that. It probably won't be till next month. Well, I mean, I'll get the trains running to some degree. But as far as getting the short line in, that may be a month down the road, maybe longer. So, hey, Russ, Rockin' No Trains and stuff. How you doing, Russ? Good to see you here. So, you know, I said I have a tentative schedule in my head of what needs to be done and when. But right now, my biggest priority, other than getting the trains running for next week, is getting started on that outside room. So, hey, CL Lines. That's Curtis, right? Curtis, I haven't heard from you in forever, man. How the hell are you? How's Lise doing? I haven't even talked to you in forever. It's going all right for me, man. It's been busy and crazy, but how are you doing? So, took me a minute to realize who it was. So, anyway, I hope you're doing well, Curtis, and I'll have to get a hold of you one of these days and talk some war stories and see what the hell's been going on, lads. I haven't seen you in almost a year, I think. It's been a while. So yeah, so that's my plan, sort of, for, like I said, getting that floor down. That's a priority. Getting the shed built. That's a priority. Getting it all attached to this building. That's a priority. And of course, I'm going to have to make sure that I don't have any leaks, because it's going to be butted right up against this shed, and actually screwed to the shed and screwed to the floor, so that it can't go anywhere. And I'll probably be putting silicone in between, because the nice thing about the roof is it's a lean-to shed. I should have got a picture of it. I didn't, but basically it's like this. You get your back wall here, and it leans out toward the front, and another wall, of course, sides. A lot of those lean-tos, the top of the roof on the high side has an overhang, which would have been problematic for me. I mean, it still could have got around it, but it would have been a problem, because I would have had to put like a filler between the shed and the metal shed, like a 2x4 or something, to make up for the gap that the roof would have caused. The nice thing about this one is it's 6x8 and it's dead flat on the top. So I can mount this thing right up, butt it up right into the wall, and there's an overhang on the shed, so any rainwater is going to go past. I'll still silicone it, but it'll go past the shed's edge and just run down, into the ground. So that'll be a good thing. Curtis says she just had her last infusion last week. She's still dealing with cancer, and now her body has stopped making B12 and iron. Oh, that's not good. Well, she's taking supplements for that, I imagine, right? I wish her luck, and Send prayers that she gets better soon. Russ says everything's a priority. I know how that goes. So I look forward to seeing your progress. Yeah, me too. Chuck says 523 subs, Jim. I know I picked up, I don't know where I got them from, but they came in. Is Eileen going to help you put it together? Nah, I gotta do it myself. I don't really have anybody to help me, so, you know. I just gotta do what I gotta do, you know. I've done sheds before. They're relatively easy. You start, you know, you put the floor frame down. As I said, I'll do it after I get the floor in. I can mount the frame on the floor, screw it down, and you start doing the panels. Now I'm going to leave 1 or 2 panels out that are against the wall for my doorway, which I won't need them there. Now this has a side door on it, which I will bolt down permanently, so there'll be no access to get into the metal shed except through this room here. Alright, Curtis, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Once again, prayers for Lise, and hope she does well soon. Guys, I'm sitting at $5.99 now. Need 1 to reach 600. You got up to 599 subs? Holy shit, man. That's pretty good, Tom. Now, you know, I'm already subbed to you, so I can't help you with that, but... And Curtis says if you need help, call. All right, Curtis. Thanks, man. I hope I won't, but I'll keep you in mind. All right, Lee. Have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Have a good night. Be careful and enjoy your weekend. So, let me see. Let me put that up on the board here. Tom Grashy says, guys, I'm sitting at $5.99. I need 1 more to reach 600. That's fucking good, man. You just jumped right up there. Like I said, I'm pulling ahead slowly, but I got a long ways to go before I hit 600. So, well, I might get there. Who knows? But I'm glad you got there. So, is that one there? I missed that one from Derek. I hope it doesn't lean too much, or the next live stream could be sideways. Yeah. You got a point there, Derek. And Chuck says, make that shed bear-proof. Well, nothing's bear-proof. You know, my neighbor, he bought that land next to me, the 4.5 acres. The 4.5 acres that I really wanted, but there wasn't no way I was paying $100,000 for it. I said if my asshole neighbor would have sold it to me when he could have, I could have got it for $30,000 back when I first moved here, but he didn't really like me, so he wouldn't sell it to me, you know. Fucking asshole, but... So anyway, the new guy's name is John. Nice guy. Got a family and all. He put up a fence all the way around the perimeter of his property, which of course, you know, goes behind my property as well. So it's going to be tough for the bear to get here. The bear's going to have to go through his property, rip down his fence, and then get to my property. And hopefully, you know, and I've got bear alarms out here, but, you know, and I won't hesitate to shoot one if I have to. I'll pull out the AK. That fucker's toast. But, you know, it is what it is. Russ says I'm at 72 subs, but just started videos. Well, that's good. You're getting there. You'll get more. And Jesse says I'm less than 20 subs away from 500. Hey, that's cool, Jesse. Hopefully you'll get there real soon. And you know, any of you guys that haven't subbed to anybody else, you know, that hangs out here, please do. I would appreciate it, and I'm sure they would too. And same thing, if you guys are looking for more subs, aren't subbed to everybody on this channel, please do. No eating in the shed. Well, I don't really have food in here. I mean, I have a little refrigerator, you know, because I keep my sodas in here, my ginger ales. Every now and then I'll put some snack cakes or something in there, but generally there's no food in here. You know, except, of course, for the pogo snacks, pepperoni. And I keep it sealed, so I don't know if a bear can smell that in a sealed package or not. But so far, no bears have attempted to get in the shed. It would be tough. You know. And like I said, they'll go for the chickens before they'll come here. And of course, the chicken coops. Well, there's one beside me here. And then there's another one in the backyard. Now, Deb doesn't generally keep the chickens out there at night when the bear would come. So I'm not really too worried about it. Although she is looking for a solution for that because, you know, I have like what I call the office area in the back of my house. It's a narrow room. It's about maybe 5 foot wide. It's about 15 foot long. There's a door, you know, the outside door and then an inside door. And she's been keeping the chickens in there. In cages, of course. So I said, yeah, you know, I really don't want them in there. But there's really nothing else in there, so it's not a big deal. But it would be better to, you know, have them outside. Bears are looking for the sugar shack. No, they don't bother. Thank God they can't read. If they could read, I'd probably be in trouble because, you know, I got the sugar shack sign outside. You guys have seen that before. I had that custom made for me. The rest says, gotta have snacks and beverages. Come on, Derek. There you go. And, of course, the age-old question, do bears shit in the woods? Bears shit wherever they want. Woods or otherwise, they don't care. And they ain't walking around with a roll of Charmin either. Ah, a little weird. Yeah, let's see, just bring it up for the bear route. There you go. So, yeah, it's, yeah, I'm not really worried about that. We had a bear that was causing problems, and I believe the neighbor's the next lot over. He's got like 20, 30 acres. And they go out there hunting all the time, and I'm pretty sure they killed that fucker. And ate him or whatever. I don't care, you know. More power to you. I would have done it otherwise at some point, you know. I just didn't want to have to hang out all night waiting for him to come around. You know. But if I happen to walk outside and happen to have my gun on me and he happened to show up, well, can't be responsible for what happens to the bear. Thomas only after the berry pepperoni. There you go. What's this about the bullshit stuff? NASA just approved the 6-minute edge burn. You know, Jesse, you may not agree with it. You know that bullshit, right? It's all fake. I watched the supposed pictures of them in space. There's so many unanswered questions that they can't answer truthfully, and they're not, you know. It's just bullshit. And how are they getting perfect pictures? You know, they're still orbiting the Earth, okay? Because they're going to orbit the Earth like 20 or 30 times or something, get enough speed up, a slingshot to the moon. Well, there's a problem with that right off the bat, okay? In order to break orbit, you need power. Speed will not help you break orbit. You need raw power to break orbit and then go. And this thing's already doing just supposedly 22,500 miles an hour around the Earth, which is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour supposedly. Alright? And they're sleeping! They just lifted off the ground, what, 10 hours ago? They're sleeping. Who the fuck can sleep when you're on your way to, circle the moon. I wouldn't be able to get any shut-eye at all, man. I'd be going, fuck, I gotta watch to see what the hell's going on. And then they took these supposed pictures of the Earth, all right? And I didn't have time to post it on here, but I actually did. I had to screenshot it because you couldn't download any of the video that they put up there. I screenshot it, blew it up, even enhanced it, and I'm telling you, it ain't the Earth, that's CGI, and not a very good one at that. All right? And as one guy in the feed pointed out, because I got on the live feed, and he says, I've been watching this video for 20 minutes now. The clouds still haven't moved around the Earth. Which would be impossible, So, and a lot of the people on there were calling bullshit on the whole thing because it was. I called bullshit a few times, and one guy, well, you're a troll. You need to just go away and go fuck yourself. Like, no, you need to fucking get a life and realize you're being played, asshole. You can't leave the Earth. What are you, a flat earther? I said, well, as a matter of fact, I am, but even if the Earth is a ball, you still have to get past the Van Allen radiation belts. The last time an astronaut tried that was a Russian. He died. And if you believe that tin can called Orion could protect our astronauts from that radiation, I got a bridge I could give you for free. And then their expensive toilet quit working like minutes after the launch. What, somebody couldn't hold it? Shouldn't they went to the bathroom before they got in the fucking rocket? I mean, you can't make this shit up, man. So, I'm probably going to do a wise guy video on it because I have to. I mean, it sounds great. It'd be cool if it were real, but it's not. We've never been to the moon, and they prove it just by their own words. As a matter of fact, they were quoted as saying, this will be the first time we get to see the backside of the moon. Well, didn't the guy that brought Neil Armstrong to the moon the first time, he was in the orbiter, the command module, I think it was called, and it was in orbit around the moon, and it went around many times. He saw the whole moon, front, back, side, whatever. But now they're saying this will be the first time that we've seen the backside of the moon. Come on, somebody's full of shit here, man. Sorry, it's not real. It's bullshit. And if you don't believe me, that's fine. That's your prerogative. But if you look at this for what it is, you'll find out it's not true. That's all I got to say about it. And the fact that they launched on April Fool's Day, that should tell you everything you need right there. Why did they pick April 1st? Why not today? Why not March 31st? I know they have launch windows, but the windows usually last a week at a time. So there was no reason they had to launch on April 1st. And I'll leave it at that. So, what else is going on? Hey, Ray, how you doing? He just got here, of course. So, I haven't done anything else. I was fighting this printer for a while. Like I said, I bought this glue stuff. It's a liquid glue. It's actually made by Bamboo Labs. Shit was expensive. I got overnight delivery, which cost me an extra $3, but it was worth it because I wanted to get cracking. But it was $19.99 for this bottle. So with the extra shipping and tax, it wound up costing me $25 and change. The good news is it does last a long, long time. It's a liquid, and it has a it's like a sponge on the top. And you ever see those The bingo markers. It's kind of like a bingo marker, except that you turn it upside down, you put it on the plate, you push down on it, and go sideways and all over the place to coat the whole plate. So it doesn't use a lot of liquid. I mean, hardly touched the liquid that was in there, I think. Yeah, there's still a whole lot left in there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I barely touched it. And it does work. It does aid in adhesion. So I figured, good deal. And thank you a lot for that, Tom Grassi. He was the one who sent me the link for it and told me about it. I would have never known. Ray, you're doing good. Well, that's good. I seem to be doing good so far. The other night I was having pains on my side, you know. The same place I have, you know, I've had it twice with 2 heart attacks. I'm thinking, shit, I have another fucking heart attack? Well, because you're not having another heart attack. I said, how do you know? You know, I'm diabetic, fucking fat, got heart disease. Anything's possible. But it went away and it's fine now. And I could have either been low on potassium, or, you know, I have congestive heart failure. Sometimes if I get too much fluid around my heart, I take a water pill, but I don't like taking them a lot because they're hard on your kidneys. So I kind of really only take them when I need them. So it could have been that. Could have been something I ate, you know. Anyway, it corrected itself and we're good to go. So hopefully I'll live another day, right? And the wife's doing good. She got both her eyes, you know, cataracts corrected in it. And so they had a minor problem with the right eye, the last one they just did, but they said it'll clear up in time. Said something about a, what the hell did she call it? I can't remember what it was called. Pucker? She's got a pucker in her eye. What the fuck a pucker is, I have no idea. Hey, Model and Steel and HO, how you doing? Good to see you. So anyway, there's not really, they can't do anything about it. There's no operation or anything. It'll cure itself in time. And, because I know, like I said, when she got it done the other day, Tuesday, after they insert the new lens and the eye's supposed to close up where the incision is. I always thought they stitched or glued it. They don't generally. It closes on its own, and your eye is the fastest healing organ in your body. So literally it would heal up in, you know, a matter of hours or even a day or two. So what happened was, after they inserted the lens in, it didn't close up. So, you know, they put her aside. They said, we're going to, you know, the doctor comes, he says, well, he says, you know, her eye's not closing after we inserted the lens, so we're going to watch it for a little bit, and if worse comes to worse, we may have to suture, you know, where the opening is, whatever. So what should have been like a 1-hour ordeal turned out to be a half-day excursion. But they wound up stitching her eye because, you know, it wouldn't close on its own. And that's the same eye now that he says, you know, has whatever I just called it. The pucker. I mean, she didn't want to talk about it. I don't blame her. She's still pissed off, you know. Because, you know, when you get shit done, you expect it to be right, no complications. You know, you go about your business and life is good. So she didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to push her on it, so... But I'm trying to figure out what the fuck it is. And apparently it will clear up on its own. I don't know how long it takes. But it's distorting her vision a little bit, you know. So she says, you know, the one eye she's got perfect vision, far vision on. And the one she just got done, it's a little blurry, but mostly when she looks at things, they're kind of warped. Which has got to be weird. And I guess that's where the pucker comes in. You'd think they'd come up with a more technical name for it, but apparently not. And she'll be fine, you know. I got lucky. They did mine. It went off without a hitch. And I did mine almost 3 months apart. I got the first one done, and a week later, I had a fucking massive heart attack. And I had to wait to do the second one. So it wasn't quite 3 months. I think it was about 2 months. And got the second one done. No, it's not a sty modeling steel. Or maybe it's similar to a sty, I don't know. I mean, I had a sty when I was a kid. It was just a painful thing that, you know, and eventually it would go away. If this isn't painful, it's not causing her any pain. It's just distorting her vision. And they call it a pucker. So, I don't know what the fuck, you know. Like I said, mine went without a hitch. And I have damage to my right eye from the stroke. So, well, it's gotten better, but there was a time if I closed my left eye, I couldn't see LED digits like on a clock. They just didn't show up. And they, yeah, they do hurt, the styes do. I had one as a kid once. So now I could see them, but not always clearly. But at least I could see them, because like I said before, I closed the good eye and I looked dead at a clock. I have a digital clock in my bedroom with green LEDs, and for a while there I couldn't see them. I couldn't see red or blue either. With just the LEDs, anything else I could see fine. Just not LEDs. It was kind of weird, because I went to the doctor and said, Doc, I can't see LEDs anymore. So what do you mean? I said, you know, like my bedroom clock, I can't see the numbers out of my right eye. He says, well, you know, you damaged one of the rods in the back of your eye from the stroke. He says, all right, so that can be permanent? He says, well, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. You know. Well, apparently it did heal up to some degree. It's not perfect. I have 20/20 in my left eye and 20/25 in my right eye. So it's not quite as good as the left eye because of that damaged rod. But basically, I got good vision for out down the road. Close up, I still have to wear the readers. And I told Deb she'll have to wear the readers too, because she came out. She said, I can't see nothing up close. They fucked up my eyes. No, they didn't, Deb. That's the trade-off. You know, and that's why they ask you, do you want to see far or do you want to see close? Because they could set up a lens to do either one. I says, you know, I chose to see far because I didn't want to wear glasses all the time. I've been wearing them since I was 10 years old, you know. So I chose far distance. But now looking at it now, I'm usually doing shit up close, and without these I can't see shit up close, you know. So I had to explain to her that's how that works. Well, still, does any of you guys have a HO 68-foot finger rack from Scale Trains? How are they? I've seen them, but I don't have one. They're pretty nice from what I understand. You know. Scale Trains has nice stuff. I won't buy their locomotives anymore because I think they have an issue with the trucks on the locos. You know, and I had an issue with one of mine. And it fried. It literally, it melted. And they said that, you know, there's something on my track clouds are short. But I have short circuit protection. And it wasn't on the track that long, and it literally melted the axle out of it. And you know, and the other problem I got was they're not serviceable, not really. So if you need to relube them or whatever, it's you have to take the whole damn locomotive apart to get the truck down, separate it, and get to the gears, clean them, and relube them, which is stupid. Like Athearn and some of the other ones, they have a plate on the bottom of the truck with a screw or a clip. You undo the bottom plate and there's your gear sets. You can clean them, lube them, whatever. Piece of cake, takes a couple of minutes. Put the cover back on and you're ready to rock and roll. And I suggested that to the makers of Scale Trains, and they said, there's nothing wrong with our trucks. Oh, fine, fuck you then if you want to play that game, you know. So I won't buy their locomotives anymore. Their rolling stock though, yeah, a lot of the rolling stock is really A+ stuff, so I got to give them that, you know. And of course, well, remember too, their couplings suck. They always have, and they probably always will. Once again, not only just me, a lot of us guys that bought from them suggested that they have KD couplers put on all their rolling stock and locomotives, and they basically blew us off. So it's like, yeah, that's the way you want to play. So generally anything I bought from them, whether loco or rolling stock, the first thing I do when I got it was pull their bullshit couplers off and put KDs on. And that solved a lot of problems. So if you're looking to get a finger rack from them, you'll be happy with it. They're nice models. So, hope that answers your question. Like I said, I mean, I really had high hopes for scale trains, but, you know, this is the same problem. When I worked at the golf course, we had all, I can't remember the name of the equipment. That was top brand. And, you know, this professional stuff we're getting for the golf. Expensive shit, like Tripex mowers for the greens. They're $27,000 each, not including the reels. The reels are another $1,000, and each one takes 3. You know, so you're looking at over 30 grand for a triplex mower to mow a green. They're good machines, but they had issues with them. Issues that I fixed. You know, and they had a sand trap machine that, you know, to rake the sand traps. Little 3-wheel deal with a rake on the back. And a hydrostat transmission had a single lever on the left-hand side. You push the lever forward and it'd go forward. You push the back of it and go backwards. It was real easy to use. Well, the bearing they used, it was actually not even a bearing, it was a brass bushing. And of course you're in the sand with this thing. The bushing was exposed underneath the floor pan, and the sand would get in there and destroy the bearing in a very short time. And the thing was, the machine wasn't designed to change out the bearings easily. So after a couple of them went bad, I mean real quick, I said, this is bullshit, I'm going to fix this. So I took one of the roller bearings off the triplex blades, the blade units. We kept extra stuff for that, you know, because they do go bad. But they're sealed units and they were threaded on the end. And I says, if I make a block, an aluminum block, bolt it to the floor plan, and it'll act as a pinch for the bearing to go in there, and then the shaft comes out, it's threaded, I could screw the pedal right onto it. It worked beautifully. So I took pictures. I called up in the main office up in Minnesota and said, you know, you guys need to let your engineers look at this. So I found a better way, so we don't have to fuck around with these bearings, you know, because they don't last long. The sealed bearing from the triplex roller cutting blade, they would last 3 years before they'd go bad. Well, as soon as they had that, they called him and they said, look, he said, we know what we're doing. We got engineers with, you know, degrees. You can't tell us we're not doing the job right. And so I don't give a fuck how many degrees you got. It's a stupid design. It doesn't work. You know, obviously you don't want it to work, or you'd fix it. I'm giving you the way to fix it with off-the-shelf parts. It's not going to cost you anything. You know, and if that bearing piece was like $10, I said, so, you know, what are we talking here? Add an extra $10 on the price of the machine. The trap machine was like, I think they were $7,000 or $8,000, you know. Nothing to them anyway. But they didn't want to hear it. You know, that was just one of the ideas I had. Then we had it's like a Cushman cart, had a dump bed on it. 4-wheel thing. And the way they had it set up, they had a 2-cylinder engine underneath the seat. You know, vertical shaft or horizontal shaft. And of course the thing had to have an alternator on it and a cooling fan because it was a water-cooled engine. So what they did is they had a shaft going from the flywheel to a bearing out here behind the seat to a pulley that had a belt going to the fan, which was mechanical. Which didn't seem like a bad idea, but, you know, the belts go bad. Remember, you're in a lousy environment on a golf course. you've got, lots of wetland, sand, you're going to get that shit up in the works because none of it's protected. So I redesigned it, did away with that half shaft, put an electric fan in front of the radiator that was electrically powered, because like I said, there was a generator on the thing that was offset from the motor. The problem was solved. Took pictures of it, sent it up to them. They didn't want to fucking hear it. So I got to go up there like a year later on a seminar, and I got to talk to the fucking engineers. They were assholes. They just made up telling, look, we know what we're doing. You can't tell us different. Keep your ideas to yourself. Fine, fuck you then, I said, I already told the other courses that are using, it was Toro equipment. I already told the courses of all the other stuff you're using, that they're using, how to fix it my way, and they're doing it. So you'd be doing yourself a favor by adopting my fixes, because you're not going to make any money off of them, on spare parts that you designed to break. Well, they were kind of pissed off at me, but I didn't give a shit. Let's see. Les says, I have found that Scale Trains has upgraded their couplers, but Katie still... Yeah, they did. I'm not sure what they're... I think they've got McHenry's on there now. But they still suck. You can't beat Katie. So, I mean, if you buy anything from Scale Trains, I would put Katie couplers on there anyway. Modeling Steel and HO says nobody makes couplers better than Katie. Been buying them for 40 years. Agreed. See what I'm saying? And Tom Grassi says all 250 rolling stock I have has Katie on all and on 40 engines as well. Same thing I did. I've got a few newer rolling stock pieces that I'm converting over. Because I had to change the trucks and stuff. I print trucks, put metal wheels on, steel wheels on, and Katie couplers. And what I do is I like body-mounted couplers. I don't like truck-mounted couplers. And some of the older stuff I bought is truck-mounted. We shit canned those, and I said put the modern trucks on there, and draft boxes are screwed into the bodies, and I use Katie, and I tell you what, you're better off doing it that way. Derek says, and what kind of wheels, Tom? Well, I'm buying the, I think they're something Mountain. I got them from Walters. I bought a box of 100 pair, or 50 pair, I don't know, 100 pair. And they weren't that expensive, and they were really good to have, and they're 33s, So if you're using 36s on it, then you can't interchange. But they're good. I still have a bunch of them left over. Like I said, I'm on my second box of 100 pairs. So. Let's see. Modern Steel says, I did fall for the McHenry plastic piece of shit couplers. Due to being cheap, turns out they didn't save a dime replaced with Katie's. Yeah, the McHenrys are garbage. They really are. And I'm pretty sure that's what Scale Trains is using now. Because I've got stuff, like I said, a brand new rivet counter, locomotive, and the couplers are plastic. And I'm thinking, you charged me an extra $100 for this. You couldn't put decent couplers on? It's bullshit. Love the number 58 whiskers. Yeah, they're good. I use them. Les says whiskers fit Scale Trains good if you use 5s. I follow the thickness down until they are free. Yeah, that'll work. Because I just bought a bunch. What the hell did I do with them? I gotta mark my drawers yet, but those there are Katie number 158. The whisker couplers. I bought 25 pair because that was all I could afford right now, but I'll wind up buying some more because, like I said, I've probably got, I know I've got 20 pieces of rolling stock right now that I need to change them out on. And I'm sure I've got a bunch of rolling stock in the drawer that needs to be worked on. And I bet you most of them probably need Katie's too. But everything that's on the layout already Katie. Everything on the second level in the yard is all Katie as well. And everything is metal wheels. I don't use plastic wheels on anything. Tom says Derek Alexander, Walther's Proto 33. Wheel sets, also Intermountain. Yeah, Intermountain, that was one I used. Wheel sets depends on what is in stock. I never got the Walthers, but I did get the Intermountain one both times. And they're good. They're good wheel sets, man. Hey, Floyd, how's it going? Good to see you here. So we were just discussing the intricacies of good couplers. And we all agree that Katie makes the best coupler. Fucking things are expensive. What, $1 a pair, basically? They're not cheap. Like I bought 25 pair. I think I paid $52 for them, something like that. They're not cheap. But, you know, you get what you pay for, so it's worth it. So that's another thing. When I put the second room in there on the bench, I've got a benchtop drill press in my garage. Actually bought that back in Naples and I brought it up with me. Multiple speed. It's a nice press, you know. Yeah, I got it from Harbor Freight. Well, some of these things, they gotta be precision drilled. So what I did, I filled in the holes where the trucks were. And, you know, they were snap-in trucks. And there's one here. I just haven't gotten around to taking these next door yet, but you see I filled them in on the bottoms. You can see that where the trucks were, where the snap-ins. So I'll be using screws in that, so I need to precision drill these. And they have to be centered perfectly. And the only way to do that is to clamp this in a vise, you know, a drill press vise, and drill dead center in there. You can't do it handheld. I tried. Kept sliding off center. So I'll be bringing the drill press in the other room. And I'll be able to do stuff like that. Because right now it's, well, I'm lazy. I don't like going all the way over to the garage. And then coming back and going back and forth. I'd rather have everything here at my disposal. Plus I don't really have room for it in the garage. I got it on a bench in there, but, you know. And I might even bring the bench out here. The whole bench, because it's a good bench. And it'll be, you know, be fine for that. And like I said, I'm going to need benches anyway, because I want to get one of these wooden benches, another one. I got that from Harbor Freight. Now you can't see it too well, but it's got 4 drawers, and the new ones have 3 drawers. One big top one and 2 small bottom ones, or vice versa. And they're about 140 bucks. The fucking thing is solid wood. And it even comes with a vise built into it, a wood vise. I didn't use it because it was kind of in the way here, but I'll have more room in the other room, so I'm thinking about buying at least one of them. I'd like to buy 2, you know, and then put the printers on it, because that's this bench I want to keep in here. Once I move the sink on the other wall outside, you know, it'll be in a new room. I want to move the bench down. That'll give me enough of an opening for a doorway. I won't put a door in, but it'll be a door opening. And then I can have like a little work area here. So I can, you know, I can mount a camera there or whatever, like an overhead. So I could be doing live stream and maybe working on the bench. So I got a plan for everything, you know. Looks like you guys jumped ahead over here. Let's see what's going on. Plastic wheels are not real wheels. No, they're not, Ray. I mean, not really. You know, they're just, it's like a toy then, you know. And Derek says, I don't understand why scale trains wouldn't use Katie couplers. They would get them cheap, I'm sure. Katie would like to say that scale trains uses... Well, of course they would. They'd be buying, you know, like 1 million at a time, you know, or 100,000 at a time. Scale trains does some, you know, good sales. So it doesn't make sense why they won't use them, except I think they're just plain stubborn, you know. And like I said, you run into people like that, especially engineers, you know, they don't like to be told that, you know, we know better than they do because, you know, they went to college and shit, and we didn't. But it doesn't really make a shit bit of difference whether they go to college or not. Let's see, Chuck says win-win for both companies. Well, that's true, it would be. Modeling Steel says got to be about money. Wonder how much an HO freight car really costs to produce. I mean, really costs. I'm thinking about 50 cents to $1. Remember, all this shit is built in China. And, you know, there's assembly line work. They'll have, you know, 30 or 40, mostly women, you know. They put, each one has a piece they put on. And then it finally gets to the paint booth. The paint booth's a joke. I mean, it's pretty much automated, you know. Well, actually, I think it gets to the paint booth before they put the stuff on. And if it's really a complex artwork on it, there's 3 or 4 stations for each one has a specific paint thing to put on. It's really interesting. You can find it on YouTube. Scale trains, how they make trains or how they make something. And I watched some of it. It was really interesting because I really didn't know. But if you look at that and remember, China doesn't pay their workers very good. You know, they maybe they make $5 a day or something. Who knows? And when that's all they do this for 8 or 9 or whatever hours they work, and they probably produce, you know, a couple of thousand every day. So I'm pretty sure they're making crazy money profit on them, you know. And like I said, you know, you look like, I think a boxcar, for example, I think it's about $30. You know, it's a lot of money for a fucking piece of plastic. You know, and I could print my own here, and I have done it, and they're every bit as good. Well, they may not have the fancy paintwork on them, but, you know, as far as the, you know, they could put, you know, ladders and all the other stuff on there separately applied, and I could build them for $5 or less, you know. So Les says agreed. Derek would have been good for both of them. Absolutely. Modeling Steel and HO says don't forget to give a thumbs up, please. Yeah, please do. And Raymond says only solid metal uninsulated wheel sets are true model railroad wheel sets. It's too bad they need to have a plastic insulation to prevent short circuits, but not Markland. I'm not familiar with how they make Markland stuff, but Markland's expensive though, so you know, I'm sure you probably get more for your money. Modeling Steel says gotta get. I hear much Kofifi brewing. God bless you all, my friends. Out. All right, Modeling Steel, thanks for popping in. Hey, have a fun and safe weekend, and hopefully we'll see you here next Thursday. So, like I said, it's, yeah, it is what it is, but I said my experience with the golf course equipment, and I've run into some other things too, because I've always improved shit, you know. Not that I'm a genius, right? I have no engineering degree, but I do have common sense, you know. And if something is not built right, and you could find a better way, you'd think the guys making them would want to know that. And you'd be wrong. So, you know. But, So I kind of learned that the hard way, I guess. But like I said, I did it anyway. I don't give a shit, You don't want to make your company look better and make extra money? That's on you. If your ego gets in the way of common sense, that's your problem, not mine. And I've done that with everything. I've been doing that my entire life. I look at something, there's a problem with it. I go, all right, how can I correct this? And eventually, sometimes immediately, I'll feel, all right, if I do this instead. And I can't manufacture components. Not really. I mean, now I got 3D printer, I guess I can, but prior to 3D printing, I couldn't manufacture anything. So I had to use off-the-shelf stuff to improve whatever it was I was working on, Raven says, Mark 1 HO is 3-rail. They are expensive, but you definitely get more bang for your buck. Yeah, see, that's the only problem I got with them. It's like Lionel. I don't like 3-rail, because to me that's not realistic. Not prototypical. Most railroads, and I think all of them except for subways, I think even the subways still have 2 rails. Just the one is live on a subway, but it's a shame they can't do it with 2-rail and have the same quality that they put in their locomotives and rolling stock. I'm sure they could, but that's like Lionel never went to 2-rail. They have always stuck with 3-rail. Though somebody has 2-rail on O scale. I can't remember who it is. But Lionel is, no, we're doing 3 rails. That's all there is to it, Mark when wheel sets don't have an insulated wheel because they are 3-rail. Oh yeah, exactly, because the middle rail is powered, and your outside rails are negatively charged, so they don't have to be insulated. Well, that's the problem you run into with 2 rails. You have to have a positive and negative or something similar. And DCC is a little different, but so basically you've got 2 components of the electricity on each rail. If you have 3 rails, the center rail could be charged, positive charge. The outside rails can be negatively charged. And since your wheels ride on both the outside rails, you're right, they wouldn't have to be insulated, so. Ray Bertle says, hey Ray, how's it going? Ray says, Trix is the 2-rail version of Mark 1. Okay. I knew somebody was, but I wasn't sure who. Like I said, I like the 2-rail version because of it just looks real, Oh, it's the same company? Okay. So I guess they figured we'll fix both ends. We'll have a 3-rail for these guys and a 2-rail for these guys. Makes sense, So I'm surprised Lionel didn't do it, But Lionel's been, they're kind of an ego-driven company anyway, They make good stuff, or at least they used to. I think the pre-war stuff was better than the post-war, but yeah, they're not going to change their. If Lionel's still around 100 years from now, they probably won't be, but if they were, they'll still have 3-rail track. Floyd says my first train was a Mark's 3-rail. I say I never had Mark 1, so big advantage of 3-rails that reverse loops and Ys don't require any insulating joiners. That's true. Way back when I was a kid, that is. Okay. Well, that's true, Raymond. Like you said, it does simplify the tracks, but it just doesn't look right, I mean, if there was a way they could have done it to where it wasn't so obvious, maybe like offset it or something where you have your 2 outside rails where the wheels go, and the 3rd rail would maybe be just off of one side and real thin, so it was barely noticeable. That would have been acceptable to me, Like I said, just having, 2 big rails on each end and 1 big rail in the middle, it just don't look right to me, so, And I'm funny that way. Now I'm the guy that does a lot of weird shit too anyway, but I don't know, just, you know, I guess is what I'm used to, and that's, you know, I'm kind of stubborn that way. Too real or nothing. So, but yes, Markman is a better quality of train than probably most are. But you're paying for that quality too, so you know. So 50 years from now, we'll be running real trains in whatever year we want virtually. I hope. You never know, Derek. You might be right, you know. Will it be the same? I don't know. One of my grandkids, he got one of those VR headsets, you know, virtual reality headset. And I was curious because I'd never seen one. I said, let me borrow that for a minute. So I put it on, and it was very disorienting. And I didn't like it, you know. I guess they will get better with it down the road, but I don't know. It just, you know, it's not the same. As Raymond says, the center rail and Markman HO3 rail track is actually studs that are hardly noticeable. I've never seen them, so I just assumed. So I stand corrected on that, I guess. Derek, I don't know. They're doing a lot of weird stuff with VR, but I don't know. It's not the same. Hey, Colorado, Spikeman 94, Thomas. How you doing, Thomas? I'm doing good. So, you know, I just... Yeah, it's like... Well, I've used Flight Simulator, you know, where you could fly a plane on computer. Train Simulator, same thing. They're alright, but it's not anywhere close to the real thing. And even if you put on a VR headset, to where you're maybe like in the cab, you're not going to get the input that you would get from doing the real thing. You know. Now, I mean, if you had a choice between operating, say, an SD-45 with a VR helmet, or actually getting on one and driving it, which do you think would be more realistic? You know, so that's the way I see it anyway. What are we building today? Messy Modeler, how you doing, Messy? Good to see you here, man. Building another parts cabinet. You know, small parts that got 8 drawers in it. I built one already. I got my monitor sitting on top of it, so I can't move it, but it's for, you know, like small parts. You got 8 drawers. And it's just, you know, for all small, so like couplers, screws, maybe LEDs without wires. All kinds of cool stuff you could put in there. I needed a place where I could, because I've been throwing shit around in drawers and shit. Now when I need it, I can't find it too easily. And I'd rather have it in drawers where they're right at my disposal. And I'm going to make, I got one of those label makers. I'll make labels for each of the drawers, so I'll know what's in them and where it's at. I have 2 Trix big boys over 20 years old, and they still run great. I have no doubt about that, Raymond. Like I said, they're well built trains. Derek says, I saw that rail on Anthony Dodge's layout hides the middle rail somewhat. I've never seen. I know he has it because he's big on Mark 1, but I never paid that much attention to it. I'll have to look next time I'm watching one of his videos. Messi says we can all use one of those, I imagine. Oh, the parts box? Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the thing. I looked around. You know, you can go to Harbor Freight or Amazon, or they have them. They're not that great, and they're kind of pricey for what they are. I'm making these things for a couple $dollars for, you know, an 8-drawer setup. Tom Gray said, Jim, 3D print the labels. That's what I do now. I probably could. Yeah, especially on the A1 because you could print pretty small on there. So I might do that. So, Ray says, I agree, Derek. I don't do Markman, but like their track system. Well, like I said, it's all preference. You know, whatever you like. If it works for you, that's a good thing. You know, I won't badmouth anything because it is what it is, but it's whatever you're happy with, and that's good. If you're happy, then, you know, it's all that matters, you know. How's that go? It's your railroad, do what the hell you want with it. So, you know, and I do the same thing. I mean, you know, you don't like it? Well, fuck yeah, I don't care, you know. But, it is what it is. Let's see, where the hell... Oh, way back there. Get down. Jim, you can even do multicolor labels, too. Well, if I had an AMS, I could. I mean, I could do it without the AMS. But it'd be a pain in the ass. And I don't know if I'm going to get an AMS or not. I might. I probably won't get one for this machine because it's $200 if I buy it separately. The AMS Lite. But if I buy another machine next year, which I plan on doing, another A1, the next one I'll get with the AMS Lite, it's only $100 more. And I probably should have done it with this one, but I didn't want to spend the money if I didn't have to. I wanted the printer more and I wanted the different colors. But, you know, it would be kind of nice though to be able to do multicolor printing. Not a necessity, but it could be fun to do. So, that's the way I plan on doing it. Like I said, when I buy the second one, it'll probably be next year this time, or thereabouts. I'll get it with the AMS. And the way it's cheaper to get it with the printer than it is separate. I mean, it should be $100 separately if it's $100 with the machine. But that's the way they do it, so. I think Amazon has the AMS Lite separately, but it says it's $199.99, $200. And I even went to the Bamboo Labs website, same price, so there's no benefit either way. So. Not yet, Derek. I want to finish this cabinet first. Now, I'm convinced we can do people with this. I need some people. I have the files for them. And I do have I have the 2mm nozzle. So I'm going to try it at some point. If it comes out good, trust me, I'll let you guys know. I know I couldn't do it with the Viper. I tried. All I had was a big blob, well, a little blob. It just wouldn't do it, even with a different size nozzle. But for some reason, the Bamboo A1 is a lot more stable. And just the way it works, it's way better. So I intend to try it because, you know, Tom Grassi, he did those little benches for his roundhouse. And they're small. They're only about this big, you know. And it shows all the little tools on there in perfect definition. You know, because they got hammers and wrenches and stuff like mounted on the backside. It's molded in, of course, but still, it print everything fine. They look great. So if it can do that, it should be able to do an HO figure. I'm going to find out. I wonder if we'll do a better job on the tank car you printed. I don't know, but it's still better to use a piece of pipe. Like I said, the drain tube in a bathroom sink is 1.25 inch diameter, which is the perfect size for an HO scale tanker. Like I said, I did one with it already, and I would still do the end caps. I'd have to print those, But the tube itself, he said you go to the hardware store, you could get one of these extension tubes for the bathroom sink. He said they're 1.25, I think, in diameter, and they're thin. They're thin walls, so they're not hard to cut. Just want to make sure you get a good straight cut on it. And you got your tube. Then you make your tops and everything else. You can print all that stuff to put on top of it. I'm probably going to keep doing that, you know. Only because it's easier and less time consuming. And I already have files for the end caps. And the end caps will probably come out nicer on the A1 than they did on the Viper. But like I said, the A1, the Bamboo Labs has a, I can't remember what it's called now, but let me bring it up real quick. I could probably tell you. Shit. Where the hell is that? Yeah, it's here, but I don't remember what it's called. But you turn it on and off, and it smooths your print. There's a fancy name for it. Tom probably knows it because he's got a better memory than I do. But if you turn it on, you get a smoother print. It removes the imperfections or lines. And I've always have it on the Bamboo. There's no reason not to. You get a faster print without it, but I'd rather have a slightly slower print that looks better. So I think it would do a much better job all the ways around, like you said, on a tank car. The tank itself, I don't know. I may get bored one day and try and print one just for shits and giggles and see what it does. If it prints a perfectly round, smooth tank, then, you know, that would solve that issue. I still think it's easier to use the plumbing part, but, you know, then you just print the end caps and whatever else you need. But this is an amazing printer, it really is. I mean, had I known it was this good, I would have bought one a long time ago. Probably when they first came out, you know. And I said I plan on buying a second one, because it's really nice to have two working printers, especially if one breaks down. The other one could be operating while the first one's getting repaired, you know. I mean, I don't see that much can go wrong with this one, so I won't know, I guess, and stand the test of time, but... And there's plenty of parts available for them, so that's good, you know. And it's really, it was $300. You know, I think I got it was $298.99. And, or was it $198.99? I don't remember. It was $200 or $300 now. Oh, fuck, I don't remember. But it wasn't much more expensive than the damn Anycubic Viper was. And it's a way better machine, you know. So if using a P-trap part, does that make the tankers Jim's septic sucking service or just a large honey button? Good one, right? And technically that's not the septic part. That's just a drain from the kitchen or the bathroom sink that goes to the septic system. So, yeah, it really wouldn't be. But you could make septic holding tanks with it. I mean, you could, you know. I don't know if they move that shit by rail or not. Literally shit, huh? I mean, I got the trucks, you know, the septic trucks. But I've never really paid attention to what they do with the waste. Like we have, there's two companies here in Sebring, one or two, that will drain your tank. For a fee, of course. I don't know what they do with the shit after they suck it out of your tank. I never thought about it. I didn't. Do they just dump it in the field somewhere? Do they make something like fertilizer out of it? I have no idea. You know, does it get transported by train? No fucking clue. I know you're having fun. But, you know, but that does lead to some pretty big questions. What do they do with the waste? You know, you can't really clean it, I don't think. So, you know. See, I had a new drain field put in my house the first year I was here. Because when we bought the place, the realtor said, you know, the drain field is probably going to need to be replaced, you know, because there's problems with it. So I said, all right, as long as I know about it. So I had the money. I paid $4,000 for a new. They came in, they dug up my backyard, put in a new drain field, and they did a nice job, you know. And the deal was they were supposed to. I had a free. They'd empty my tank for free the one time. Well, they never did it. And I called them, guys, you know, when are you guys going to come empty my tank? Oh, we'll get to it. And, you know, they were full of shit because they just didn't. They have a shit show. Maybe. There's plenty of places where we can have shit shows, so, you know, that leaves that wide open, doesn't it? Ray says it goes to a water treatment plant, same as the municipal sewer. Oh, is that what they do with it? Okay. Boyd says that it's taken to a water treatment plant for cleaning. All right. I had no idea what they did with it, you know. You'd think they'd dig a big fucking hole in the ground and just dump it, you know, and forget about it. Let nature take its course. And it's funny because, you know, in our old house down in Naples, now they went to sewers about 15 or so years ago, but prior to that we had septic systems, you know. My dad built the extension on the back of the house. We had to put another tank in because we built the house over the old one. Of course, they had to empty it and fill it with dirt, you know. Then they had a new tank put in the open area in the backyard. Now, there was, you know, three kids and 2 adults living in that house, you know. You shit every day pretty much. And we didn't empty that first tank until we couldn't use it anymore. And that was from 69 till I think 77, 78, somewhere around there. And when they emptied the tank, it wasn't even full. So I saw an ad the other day on the internet. And they said you should empty your septic tank every 2 years. And I'm thinking, fuck, this one probably hasn't been emptied since 94. When the house was built, you know. And I mean, well, before we bought the place, they had about 6 people living here, but all the toilets were broken anyway. I don't know where they were shitting at, probably out in the weeds. But, you know, but even if they did use the toilets, it should have overfilled the tank based on, you know, the 2 years was for a family of 4. You know, 2 kids, 2 adults. I think they're full of shit and they're just trying to make money. And it cost about $2,000 to have your tank emptied. I think it was 2,000, maybe it was 600. I don't remember. It's not cheap. You know. And of course they're trying to drum up business because most people don't fuck with a septic tank until it starts screwing up, you know. Now they make this stuff you can get at like Ace Hardware. I don't remember what it's called, but it's a chemical in a box. You dump it down the tank and it's supposed to eat the shit. Yeah. You're supposed to treat that like every 2 months. You put a box down your septic system and it's supposed to keep it clear. Now we never use that stuff. I'm thinking about getting some for my tank because, I mean, when they did the leach field, they did open it, you know, and it was, well, it wasn't quite at the top. I mean, it was probably about 2 foot from the top, so I figure we're still good, you know. Yeah, is it Rid-X? It could be. I don't remember, but it's specifically for septic systems. Just make sure the septic isn't above where you get your coffee water from. Right? We filter all our city water because our city water is garbage anyway. I wouldn't drink that shit if there was nothing else. I mean, it's bad. So I have one of those, it's not a Berkey, but it's like a Berkey. Gravity filter. Holds 2 gallons of water and you could piss in it, and the water that comes out is actually good to drink. It takes all the bad stuff out, even radioactivity. I mean, I paid a lot of money for the thing, and but so we filter everything. Even the dogs drink filtered water. I won't let them drink the tap water either. So it's a shitty job. Yeah, it is a shitty job. I wouldn't mind doing it though. They get paid good. You just got to be careful you don't get an air pocket. It wasn't in my house. It was somebody else's house. They were getting their tank emptied. And the guy, he had the hose down there. It was sucking it. And he reached in his pocket for something, so he didn't have his hand on the hose. He hit an air pocket. There was shit everywhere. He was covered in shit, And it's like, holy Christ, man. You couldn't pay me enough money for that crap, Hey, Willow Creek, Brad, how you doing? Good to see you, man. I'm not advised, though. Well, it works unless you overload the system. That's true. I mean, you probably should empty it on occasion. I mean, like just me and Deb, basically. Well, and my tenant. So you got 3 adults using the septic system, but I mean, if I have to have it emptied, I'll have it done at some point. They're obviously not going to do the free one like they claimed. Especially after they hit me up for $4,000 for a new drain field. But that was for the good one, because there was a cheaper one. I think it was like $1,800. But they said it's not as good as the $4,000 one. So of course not. They told me what the difference was, and I go, well, yeah, that makes sense. So, And that's the big leach field. I mean, it's like 30 foot long by about 12 foot wide. They put all new gravel in there, new pipes, everything. I mean, it took them all. Actually, yeah, it took them really all day, about almost 9 hours to put it in. So I was happy. But they probably figured my tank wasn't near full yet, so they weren't going to worry about it, I know, when I was back in Naples, many years back in the 70s, my next door neighbor, she had a septic tank. It ruptured. That was bad. Because back then they were all in the backyard, The houses were pretty close together. I think it was like 6 foot between each house. And it woke us up, man. It was early in the morning. It was boom, and the ground shook, What the fuck? And then you felt the smell. Oh shit, somebody's septic tank exploded. How it happened, I methane buildup, I don't know what the hell happened. But it was kind of funny, but disgusting at the same point. Anyway, they had to dig it up and put in a new tank, because, it split that tank right in half. And a lot of the shit seeped up, and it was bad. It smelled pretty bad there for about 2 weeks. So I always worry about shit like that happening, And then either when I had the drain bill, they said, you probably should get a new tank. I go, why? Well, how many people you got living there? Or how many bathrooms you got? He says, well, I got 2.5 in the main house and one in the guest house. He says, well, your tank's too small for that. I said, well, that was all here when the house was built. It's permitted for that. So why would they not put in a proper septic tank at the time of permitting? He shut his mouth real quick, He said, fuck you. I'm not spending $6,000 on a new tank if I don't have to, Yeah, a bunch of fucking thieving fucking pieces of shits live up here, man. Yeah, all the businesses are really crooked. They really are. Derek says, air pocket shit everywhere. Fastest Big Jim has run since the stroke. No, I wasn't near it, I was probably 50 yards away. I was talking to the neighbor who owned the house. And he said the guy was back there emptying the tank. And boy, but it was funny, though. I mean, there really was shit everywhere, It's like, holy fuck. Boy, the vent must have gotten plugged. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what happened, but it was messy. That's, dude, I hope you're not married. Your wife ain't gonna let you nowhere near the house until you're disinfected, Damn. He was off. I mean, it was I think he spent more time cleaning himself up than he did, anything else. But so I guess the lesson there is don't let go of that hose and pay attention to what you're doing, because it only takes a split second to get an air pocket. Weird. Well, we talk about the weirdest things there, don't we? Oh. I personally like septic tanks. I think they're a great idea. They're cheap. They're effective. Now, will they ever put sewers in down where I live? Maybe. 20 years. We're too far out in the boonies. They ain't gonna fuck with us for anytime soon. Now, they doing it in town. Yeah, they're converting a lot of the houses over the septics, to sewer systems. And of course, the assessments suck too, because that's what happened with the old house. My dad owned it. They came in, they said, well, we're putting sewers in, and it's going to cost you $8,000 for the assessment. He says, well, you're putting in something I don't want. Why do I got to pay for it? Well, it's the law. Because if it had been up to him, he'd have kept the septic tanks and take your sewers and shove them. Their sewer system sucked anyway. And they didn't know what the hell they were doing, because they had to tear it up not once, not twice, 3 fucking times. They might finally have gotten it right, They started out with 4-inch pipe in the road. That was their sewer. And I'm thinking, I come from the north, the sewer you could walk through, And I said, that ain't going to work. Well, it didn't. So the next year they had to dig it back up. They put in 1 foot pipe. It still was too small. Now I think they got 3-foot pipe in there. Well, it says you need one of those toilets that burn the waste. I've read about them. They're considered green toilets, or composting toilets, some shit like that. They're expensive, but I kicked around because I'd like to have a toilet in here, to be honest with you. Just like I would put it in the other room, and maybe build a wall and a curtain so you'd have a little bit of privacy. But man, I tell you what, if I got to take a dump or whatever, I got to fly over to the house, to the bathroom. It's tricky, and you got to be careful because I'm getting old. It would be nice if I could just do my business over here. There's county laws here where you can't modify or repair traditional septic systems. You have to change over to the newer aerobic systems. $20,000 plus in cost. Holy shit. Well, that's what I'm saying. Depends where you live. They got different rules. I don't know what the rules here are in Florida, or in our county anyway. But every time they come up with something, they cost you money, and it's mandatory. It's like, well, if it were up to me, I'd dig a fucking hole in the ground and have an outhouse, Who the fuck cares? I mean, I probably wouldn't go that far, but I'd consider it, Because somebody said, you should put an outhouse out here for the shed, right outside, build a little shack and dig a hole in the ground, and there you go, I don't think I'd go that far, but like I said, if I put an actual real toilet in, it would have to be well, if I could have it outside, like in a like a shack, a small shack, and I could be on that side probably, and it's a closer run to the septic tank, because you have to have proper angles. I'd have to get permits for it, because they wouldn't let me do that otherwise. But I could do it, and I kicked it around. If I built a small shack, room, just big enough for a toilet and to sit in, put a toilet in there and the plumbing right out to, the septic tank for flushing, I'd be fine. But if I can get one I don't need to flush the waste, that would be. I haven't thought about putting a porta-john out here, except they're so expensive. It's a shame you can't buy one reasonably priced, and then pay somebody to empty it on occasion. I don't know how often you'd have to empty it. Probably every couple of months, but So that wasn't really a reasonable system either. But I know, like I said, Floyd, I've heard about those. In some countries, they're mandatory. They don't have sewage. Their toilets don't go anywhere, and then they somehow or another eliminate the waste somehow. I don't know if they burn it or compost it or what the fuck they do with it. But of course, you know, if we ate better here, we wouldn't have as much waste either. So I mean, our foods here are terrible, you know. But and you know, it's funny because I bought a bidet, you know, a bidet seat to put on my toilet because, you know, it's just easier and it's healthier. It's more hygienic because you're using water to, you know, wash your ass. And I paid like $220 for it, something like that. It's nice, fully electronic, has a little remote. It gives you water. It heats a heated seat, heated water. Got a blow dryer in there, you know, dry your ass after you're done. It's really cool. I like it. I mean, I wanted one for a long time, and I finally went out and bought one. And it's funny because they're still kind of an oddity in this here in the United States. Places like Japan, I think most of China, they're commonplace. You know, a lot of the Asian states, for example, they have a bidet of some form or another. Like my brother's wife, she's from Indonesia. They don't have per se bidets over there, but they have a hose attachment that they keep near the toilet. When they're done doing their business, they, you know, use the hose. It's just like a garden hose, you know, and you spray your ass and you're good to go. But they don't use toilet paper, no need to. They have a towel to dry themselves after they're cleaned. Hey, Dave Nish, how you doing? Hey, it's good to see you here. I know, Stormy Dave. I mean, whatever works, but the thing is, you know, we use toilet paper here. It's not exactly hygienic. And of course, now they're talking about a lot of the toilet papers have chemicals in them that could give you colon cancer. What the fuck, you know? So, hi Dave. Glad you're here, man. Yeah, we're talking about weird stuff again. But it would just make more sense if we got used to using bidets, you know. And all new toilets should have them installed on them. Like I said, mine's electric, so you have to have an outlet. And I'm using the sink outlet because it's easier. I probably could put in an actual dedicated outlet, but why? Just don't use the Tampax remover. They don't have that. Well, they might have them on some of the Japanese toilets. It's something like 50 functions. I mean, they do shit, you know, it's kind of weird. I don't have one of those. Mine's pretty basic, you know. Warm water, heated seat, blow dryer, you know. I mean, for $225 or whatever I paid for it, it was somewhere in that range. It's pretty basic, you know. They had better ones that were in the $400 range that did a little bit more, but, you know. But seriously, if they did that, they would solve the toilet paper crisis anyway. You know, you wouldn't need it anymore. You'd be cleaner. And of course, that's better for your, whether you got a septic tank or a sewer system, that's definitely better for either system to not be dumping paper down there, even though it's biodegradable. So, hi Dave, got here just in time to spray your ass with a garden hose. There you go. Hey, you never know what you're going to walk into when you come to my channel, you know. You should all be used to it by now. But, and I'll tell you what, if you're overweight, and I'm overweight, I mean, I'm fat, you know. Nobody talks about this, but it's the truth. Be a man and use your hand. And if I were a Middle Easterner, maybe, but I'm not a Middle Easterner, so no. The problem is when you get fat, it's hard to get there. I mean, I'm only, I'm 220 pounds, 5'6.5", but I'm not. I mean, I'm still obese by their definition, but I don't think I am. But I mean, if you're in the 400 or 500 pound range, how in the fuck do you wipe your ass? It can't be done. Oh, for sure, it is the attraction. Yeah, right. So I mean, I don't know if any of you guys are that big. I don't think any of you are, but those guys on TV, you see that. Was it 600 pound something or another? You weigh that much, you're that big, you ain't wiping your ass, And even if you had a hand long enough, you couldn't get up in there anyway. Drag it across the road. That's too much, man. Or this one here. Get a cat scratch post. Still though, first you're gonna have to spread that fucker just to, What they used to say with fat women, right? You couldn't find it unless you rolled them, what was it? You had a Roman, fuck, what the hell was it? Can't remember. Roman something, look for the wet spot. Oh, Roman flour. Roman flour and look for the wet spot so you know where to put it. Because otherwise you'd never be able to find it. Oh, Oh, my eyes are burning now. Harry says, if you're 450 pounds, the person feeding you should have to clean you too. Yeah, that's probably right, I mean, think about it, right? I mean, I would never get, there's no way I'd let myself get like that. I mean, if I've never, the most I've ever weighed, I think, was 230. And I start freaking out at that. So I got to lose weight, I will go on a starvation diet. Do whatever it takes to lose some weight. Because to me, that's too much. Al Mar, how's it going, Al? You don't want to know what you just walked into. Yeah, flour and look for the wet spot. That's right, Derek. I mean, really, seriously, at some point, these people that get 700, 800, 900 pounds, how in the fuck do you not realize that you've got an eating problem? Or some other problem. I mean, there's just no way. It's just crazy. I mean, there's no way I would do that. So, I mean, I don't like being 220. I would love to get down to my perfect weight, I think, is like 150, 160. It's not easy to do, but, Al says, nothing I want to eat, I guess, right? And Chuck says, Al, you walked into a shitstorm. Yeah, you did. I'm just saying, I mean, and I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm just saying that, at some point, when you have a tough time getting out of bed, so let's say you're approaching 300 pounds. I had a friend who was 300 pounds. He died. That was Wayne. He had a heart transplant. In some ways, it wasn't really his fault because the steroid that he was on, the anti-rejection medicine, made him want to eat. He had no willpower. And that was a combination that didn't work well for him. So when he died, he was exactly 300 pounds, And he hated it. I mean, he says, I can't believe that I'm this big, But he couldn't stop eating because that was a result of the steroids. They make you hungry all the time. Ray says, just a normal gym stream. There you go. So, I'm just saying that, if I hit 250, that's it. That would be the red line. I would stop eating. I would go to a doctor. I would do shit it's just that would not be acceptable. Like I said, I hover between about 218 and 220. I can't seem to get below. I hit 200 once when I got out of the hospital because I actually lost weight in the hospital. I was there for almost 3 weeks. But it's hard to do. I mean, I was hungry constantly in the hospital. And it's like, I got to eat some. I'm diabetic, for Christ's sake. I got to eat, They go, we know you're diabetic, but you can't eat more than, 3 times a day. Well, that sucks. At least James was here for this one. Yeah, right. So, did you? Oh yeah, speaking. I'm going to change the subject here. Did you hear that? I didn't read the article, but there was the headline said that Canada is getting ready to lose its postal system. There won't be any mail in Canada. I don't know how the fuck they're going to pull that off, but that's some messed up shit, man. And we're facing similar problems here. They just put a surcharge now, a fuel charge on all packages. It'll be the one sending it, not the one receiving it. And it says also a possibility that stamps could hit $1 a piece. And the only thing I can say is apparently the U.S. Post Office doesn't want to stay in business. And even lowering the delivery days to 5, so no more Saturday delivery. I don't understand their problem, It doesn't make sense to me. It's like, well, they're blaming the internet and email for their problems. Like, well, if people aren't mailing letters, there's no cost associated with not doing something. You can't lose money that you wouldn't have had to begin with. That's something I never understood with these guys. Well, we're losing money. You're not losing anything. You're just not gaining any, what the fuck their problem is. Now, Marsh's hospital food will make you lose weight. Yes, it does. I said I was in the hospital for almost 3 weeks when I had the heart attack, and I think I was 201 when I left out there, and I actually hit 200 for a few days, and then right back up. 8% gas, yeah, it's 8% gas tax on packages. It's not going to help them any, And then UPS, I was reading that, United Postal System Service, whatever the hell it is, they want to pay some of their drivers $150,000 to go away, to quit and never come back to UPS. Be tempting, 150 grand, that's a lot of money, you would think. But apparently, Floyd says they've been on strike too often. Well, that's true. Well, that's another problem, too. Everybody... I have 2 friends. Another guy named Jim, he retired from the post office after putting in 20 years. He gets $4,000 a month for the rest of his life. It's his pension from the post office. And then my neighbor, a friend's ex-wife, I can't remember her name now, she put in 20 years at the post office. She retired, $4,000 for the rest of her life. And I'm thinking, holy shit, I should have been a postman. I made more money being, a post office worker than I did anything else because, I get Social Security disability, it's $1,600 a month. If I'd have worked for the post office for 20 years, I could have got $4,000 a month. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know they made that kind of money. And that's about the same money they get paid anyway. Because when Jim was working before he retired, he was bringing home about $4,000 a month. I'm thinking, what the fuck? So I think that's the only way they're going to fix this is bad luck for the people that, retire, but... And of course, because of Trump, they're now entitled to Social Security as well. Before they didn't pay in, so they couldn't get anything out. Now they get full Social Security benefits as well as their pension. So they could be getting probably another $2,000 or more from Social Security on top of the $4,000 they're already getting. I really feel like I got shortchanged. Well, it's just time for me to go, Jim. Have a great night. Oh, bye. All right, Floyd. Have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, and have a fun and safe weekend, and hopefully we'll see you next week. So, yeah, it's, you know, I mean, that's like, you know, they don't actually ever fire anybody. They do, but they still have to pay them. So everybody who's ever worked for the post office is still technically employed by the post office based on their pensions. You know. I mean, I understand the pension, but I don't think they should get that much. Well, what do I know, right? So, I don't know. Dave says, nice, I get a measly $10.58 pension a month. Well, what did you do for your pension? I know they vary from different places. I have a friend down in Naples. She worked for the phone company, AT&T. She gets a pension. I don't know how much she gets because she never told me, but she put in 20 years with them, and she's set for her life with her pension. Plus she gets Social Security. So she's doing good with money, you know. But, like I said, I don't get much more. I get $1,617 a month from disability because of that big fucking, you know, cost of living increase we got this year. An extra $47. They make it sound like they're doing me a favor, right? Well, they didn't before, Derek, but now they do. Because Trump signed a new law that allows everybody, including, remember, anybody who worked for the train companies, they get their own pension, the railroad workers' pension. They couldn't get Social Security because they didn't pay into it. Post office workers couldn't get it. And I think the cops maybe, I don't remember. There's three or four different places that didn't pay into Social Security that can't get out of it because they get pensions. Well, Trump decided, well, that's not right. They should all get Social Security. But they didn't put nothing into it. You know, we put money in Social Security. I worked my entire life, well, most of it, and put money into Social Security so I can get it back now. You know, I'm not getting a handout. I'm getting back my money with interest. But if you work for the post office, you didn't give the Social Security money any money because they had a guaranteed pension. That was actually better than Social Security. It was bullshit. It ain't right, you know. But, you know, I don't know if Trump was, you know, bribing for votes or what. I don't know. You know. I like Trump. I voted for him, but I don't always agree with everything he does. Or private manufacturer, okay. Oh. I mean, it's better than nothing, you know. I wouldn't walk away from it, but you really can't. I mean, unless your house is paid for, you couldn't live on that because your rent would be more than that. You know, that's the same what I'm at, you know. Even up here, rents are like $1,600, $1,700, $1,800 a month for a small house. I couldn't afford that. I don't make enough money. And then pay electric and phone and car insurance and gas and all that. There's no way I could do it, you know. Thank God my house was paid for. I can thank my dad for that because, you know, he gave me his house. It was paid for. And I sold it at a profit, you know, later on. And I bought this place and got a good deal on it. So I'm set that way. But, you know, it just... And as I told my wife, I said, you know, you quit your whining because if we didn't own this place, you know, outright, we'd be living in a fucking car or in the street. Because we don't make enough money to pay rent, even with her Social Security, because she don't get shit either. She gets about, I think, $600 or $800 a month. It's not because she retired early. Told her not to, but she didn't listen. So, you know, it's like, there's not, between us, we would barely be able to pay rent and then nothing else. I mean, yeah, we'd probably qualify for food stamps, because I don't qualify for food stamps as it is. But I don't really want them anyway. So, you know. Tom says, Jim, if they would stop paying dead people Social Security money, then they would have plenty, but that's how the Democrats get votes from the dead people. There's some truth to that, unfortunately. You know. They're giving Social Security to fucking illegals, too. You come here on the boat or an airplane and you're not here legally, and you get full benefits. How the fuck does that work? You know, Trump put a stop to that, by the way, because he found out about it. So, no. They didn't earn that money. It's not their money, and they're not entitled to a fucking handout, and they shouldn't be, you know. But you're right, though. You got dead people, and there's still dead people on the voters list and shit. Dead people vote. They collect Social Security. What was that? When Elon Musk did the Doge thing, and he was investigating Social Security payouts, he found something like 200 people that were over 150 years old that were collecting Social Security. To my knowledge, the oldest living person was like 115, and that's a rarity, you know. I mean, the average age is probably really between 80 and 90. A few will hit 100, but not many. But there ain't no 150-year-olds out there. So, you know, it turns out that, you know, somebody was collecting for a dead person, and that's illegal, by the way. So, you know. And the government claims that they got all this great, you know, surveillance equipment. They, you know, because they try and scare you. We see everything you do. We can watch you taking a piss from space for a satellite, you know. We can see what you're reading. But you can't fucking see that dead people are collecting money from Social Security, you know. Either they're in on it, or they really are that stupid. I'm not sure which. I want to believe they're that stupid, but who knows. But, you know, well, of course, remember, the government stole money out of Social Security for the Vietnam War. We don't know how much, but I know there's supposedly a bunch of, you know, what they call them, we owe you notes in there or whatever, you know. You took the money out, you didn't put it back. I know, 150-year-olds are voting too, so, you know. Now, they're not alive. You know. I'll tell you what, who the hell was it? Shit, I'm not sure. Somebody I knew was listed as deceased. I was deceased for a while. When I went to get my driver's license the first time when I was 15, I went to the DMV, I had my birth certificate and all that. Says, well, we can't give you a license, you're dead. Do I look fucking dead to you? You know. Well, it says here you're deceased. I says, I'm 15 years old. I'm not dead. You know. And they had to correct it and give me my license. Because they had birth certificate and everything else. I mean, there was no doubt that I was alive. You know. Russ says I'm back right into a hornet's nest. I said, of course. Did you think you wouldn't be? IOUs, that's what it was. Thanks, Chuck. I'm losing my mind here, you know. But they put a bunch of IOUs in the fucking, you know, in the bank box. They never paid it back. And then they're the ones saying, well, you know, we're going to run out. We're going to have to cut you back. Bullshit. Why don't we seize all their money, because they probably stole half of it anyway, and put it back into the Social Security Trust Fund and quit giving money overseas, you know. They cut Israel off, and I'm not an anti-Israel guy, but I'm just saying, we give them $15 billion a year. Been doing it as long as I've been alive, probably then some. They don't need the money. Put it in the Social Security Trust Fund, you know. Instead of launching people to the fucking moon, which is bullshit anyway, put that fucking money, they spend billions of dollars to launch a rocket to nowhere. Let's put that money back in the Social Security Fund. You know. That's our money, man. We paid it. You know, when I was working, I was putting in extra money for Social Security so I would have a better retirement. Smartest thing I ever did, so I thought. But I didn't count on actually getting disabled. And popular or not unpopular common belief is when you turn 65, they do not take you off disability and put you on Social Security. I'm 66. I was born in 59. The Social Security age for me is 65. They haven't kicked me off disability yet, and you know why? Because on Social Security, I'd get twice as much as I'm getting now. So they'll keep me on disability until I die. You know. It ain't right. Tom says, Jim, my problem was my dad's name was Thomas R. Grassi Sr., and I am Thomas R. Grassi Jr., but he left the senior off on all the signatures, and I get his mail still because they do not see I am Junior. Oh, so you could actually vote in his name then. As well as your own. I know you wouldn't do that, but... you know, that I could see where that would happen. See, now, I didn't have that issue. My dad's name was Vincent, or my proper name is James. But we never knew his middle name. We always thought his middle name was John. My middle name is John. But his middle name was actually James. That's what's on his birth certificate. But I don't think anybody knew that, because they used to say, that's Vincent John Tedesco. No, it's Vincent James Tedesco. Which is probably how I got my first name to begin with, by using his middle name. Because I'm James John Tedesco. So, you know, some fucked up shit, man. And then Russ says, did you hear some punk-ass judge told Trump he can't build White House ballroom with private funds? He can do whatever the fuck he wants with his own money. I hope he told the judge to go fucking stuff it up his ass. And we need to start arresting these judges and trying them for treason. You know, they just had a judge tell Trump that he couldn't deport the illegals anymore. That's treason. I don't care how you look at it, you know. And yeah, it is TDS without a doubt, but this shit needs to stop. These activist judges need to be removed from the bench permanently, tried for treason, and when found guilty, you know, hanged. And if you do it to one or two of them, the rest will fall in line real quick. They won't do anything because they know we won't do anything to them. You know, when's the last time a Democrat actually got convicted of anything? It just doesn't happen. Even if they get arrested, the charges are thrown out, they're back on the road. Even if you caught them with their hand in the cookie jar, it don't matter. You know. And what they really need to do is, and I talked about this a couple weeks ago, in 2013, I think it was, 2012 or 2013, Congress repealed the law that basically forbid the government from lying to the people. I don't remember the name of the law or anything, but you guys can look it up. So now it's completely legal to lie to the American people about anything the government wants. They couldn't do that before because the law was enacted, I think, in 1935 or something. You weren't allowed to do that, you know. If the government, they had to be honest with us. I think they still lied, but now they got the go-ahead to lie all they want. And damn if they ain't doing it. Russ says Democrats own the court and judges. Most of them, not all of them, but damn near most of them. And there's a cure for that. Now, I mean, if I were Trump, what I would do is I would told you that. Yeah, I know you gave me the bill number, Tom, but I don't remember it. Because Tom actually looked it up. And he said, yeah, you're right. But what Trump needs to do is list the Democrats as a terrorist organization. Now, can he actually do that? I don't know, but he should. Because they are characters. Not all Democrats. The ones in office certainly are. You know, except for that one guy there, that the Pennsylvania Democrat, Fetterman. I think he's like the opposite of a rhino. You know, he's like pro-Republican, even though he's a Democrat, and he does come out against the Democrats a lot. Matter of fact, the Democrats want to boot him out, but they can't because he's disabled. It will make them really look bad. So, you know, but anybody that hates America or actively tries to dismantle America should be charged with treason as a terrorist and fucking executed. Seriously, you know, if you hate being here, do you and us a favor and leave. You know, these idiots trying to bring, like I said, Texas, the Middle Easterners tried to bring in Sharia law in Texas. And Texas said, no, you're not doing that shit. We will kick your asses back to the Middle East. You know, they put a stop to it. They want to do it up in Minnesota. They want to bring in Sharia law. No, not going to happen. We need to run these people out. If you're a Middle Easterner and a non-Christian and you hate Christians and Jews, you should not be allowed to be in America. Plain and simple, you know. I said they're not all like that, but the majority of them are, and they shouldn't be here. Same with all these Somalis, you know. The Somalis hate America, and they figure they can rip off America because they think we're stupid. I mean, yeah, the Democrats are helping them, without a doubt, because they're not smart enough to pull off those frauds. I don't think. But, you know, all the Somalis should be deported, and maybe they ought to deport the Democrats behind them, kick them the fuck out too, or hang them for treason. Give them a choice. You can leave or you can die. What do you want to do? I think we know the answer to that. And Derek says, Russ, that was crazy. Well, but it is, you know. I mean, this is what's happening. Some of these rulings against Trump is just bullshit. You know, well, you can't do this. You can't do that. You gotta, you know, one judge told them that the tariffs were illegal, and he had to give back the money. So now Costco is getting sued for the tariffs they charge their members. The members are supposed to, I don't know how they're going to figure that out. You know, Tom says deport all the politicians with them. Absolutely. You know, I mean, there's something wrong here. I hate to get, you know, political like this, but it's true. I mean, enough's enough. And I don't understand. We're supposed to be a sovereign nation, which means we don't have to listen to anybody on any other country. We can tell them all pound sand, and that's just the way it goes. And same thing, you know, if you got an enemy within the gates, which there is, apparently, they're called Democrats, we should be telling them the same thing. We're not doing that. And if you think that's a good idea, maybe you need to leave. Yeah. But remember, and I've talked about this before, if you believe the New World Order stuff, we're the last stumbling block to world takeover. The New World Order people, Illuminati, whatever you, the bankers, whatever you want to call them, they can't take the world as long as we're a free country, because they know we'll stop them. So they have to take down America before they can go through with their plans. And this is how they're trying to do it, and it's bullshit. Jim New name Democrats. Yeah, absolutely. Seriously, I mean, we know who the enemy is. You know, the Democrats. Let's do something about it. And there should be a basic law that Trump could probably do an executive order on, stating if you have a hatred of America and you publicize that, I mean, if you get up on TV or the internet and say, America sucks, I want to see it destroyed, boom, you either get deported or hung. We'll leave it up to you to choose which. You know. but we shouldn't tolerate it. You know, it's just wrong. I mean, you know, if you really hate America, why the fuck are you here? We know why, because they're trying to they want to destroy America, but hopefully not many of us are going to let that happen. We'll see civil war before we see Sharia law come in, or communism. I mean, they've got all these fucking Gen Zers out there that are screaming for, you know, communism, socialism, whatever, one and the same anyway. They're screaming, we need socialism because democracy isn't working. Capitalism isn't working. Yeah, it works just fine if you get rid of the Democrats. You know, I mean, you know, if you got rid of the unions and everything else, and we think we need to roll everything back about 75 years. You know, let's go back to $2 an hour minimum wage. Let's go back to $65 a month rent, you know, for a house. Let's go back to $6,000 cars brand new. We could do it. Because all we're doing now is just playing with more money, bigger amounts of money. You're not getting any more or less value, maybe less. Democrats. Yeah, there's so many different names. Demon rats, Democrats, Democrats. Probably a whole bunch I'm not even aware of. But seriously, this is what needs to happen. You know, when I was a kid, like I said, everything was kind of balanced. Minimum wage was $2 an hour when I started working anyway. I was 15. And I was bringing home $147 a week after taxes. My rent was $65 a month, included everything. Car insurance wasn't even mandatory, that I didn't have any because I didn't feel I needed it. Never got in an accident, so, you know. Food was cheap. You know, $50 worth of food would last you a month. Damn near. Unless you know, ate filet mignon every night. But even then, that was reasonably priced too. It was all in balance. And then somewhere along the line, you know, the minimum wage went up, I think, to like, it was a $3.75, I think I remembered it. But everything else was up here. Rent was now, you know, $600 a month. A new car was, you know, $12,000. What the fuck? And it's just getting worse. Every year it got worse and worse and worse. Now we're getting, you know, the average pay is what, $20 an hour now, pretty much? But a house is $500,000 on average. A car is $50,000. You can't survive with that shit. You know, rent's $2,000 a month for a 2-2, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. That's fucking crazy. You know, and I think greed took over. Like I said, my Uncle Sam was I've told this story so many times, but I'll tell it again. He was a traveling salesman for Ronzoni Control, you know, the noodle company, the pasta company. They gave him a lease car every 3 years. At the end of the lease, he could buy the car for $1, or he could turn it in for another one, which I think they gave him another one anyway, but he still had, because he did buy one or two of them for $1 at the end of the lease, and, you know, gave it to family members. He made 25 cents more than the factory workers, and 25 cents less than the big managers up top. You know. And he was happy with his money and everything else. And he lived well, you know. Russ says, young people want this stuff, socialism, etc., because they are being lied to about the true definition. Well, of course, they're not being told the truth of it, and they think that, you know, the rich should take care of the poor. Except that the rich would be broke. They would be poor if they started taking care of the poor, or forced to. Thing is, the rich earn their money, whether it was legal or not, doesn't matter. But they still earn their money, it's theirs. And these fuckers don't want to work. You know, they want the money, but they don't want to work for it. Well, you know, fuck you. Chuck says pretty soon the 50-year mortgages and 10-year car loans will be the normal. Well, I know they're talking about 50-year mortgages, and you already get, I think it's up to 15 years on some cars. You know, they said the average price of a new car is $50,000. That's a lot of fucking money for a piece of shit that may not even last you long enough to pay it off. But I guess that's the idea. You know, it's like a lease car, but without calling it a lease car. You know, you'll drive it for 5 years, it'll lay down, you trade it in on another new one. You still owe money on the used one, but they'll absorb that or apply it to the... Either way, you're going to lose money. And you'll be buying a new car for the rest of your life every 5 or so years. They don't want people to have ownership of anything in this country. It's like, you know, Klaus Schwab says, you know, you will own nothing and be happy. I won't be happy about it, you know. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to still own what I want. Fuck you, you know. But that was the plan. They wanted to have a world full of lease where you rent everything. You rent your clothes, you rent your house, you rent your car, you rent your food, you know. Basically, there would be no ownership of anything. You wouldn't own a house. You couldn't own land. You wouldn't even own your car. You know, they're trying to do that with computers now, you know. Well, you don't need to own a computer because, you know, Microsoft owns it. Fuck you, Bill Gates. I own my computer. But, you know, the point is that's what they want to do. Because basically, they guarantee an income for life. Cradle to grave. Everything you do will be a rental fee. But you'd never actually see financial freedom the way we think it is. And that's why they needed to kill Klaus, you know, because they said, we should kill you and you'll be happy. If it has wheels or boobs, you will always be poor. Unfortunately, you're somewhat correct on that, Al. Yeah. Cars cost money, so do women. We do have some control over the women, in some cases anyway. Russ says it is kind of funny and ironic. Let me update this thing here. My parents used to talk about how expensive everything was, and that was back in the 70s and 80s. Well, that's true. I mean, my parents said the same thing, you know. And some things were, like I said, in 1967, my dad bought I can't remember the brand, a Zenith all-in-one color TV, one of those console TVs. It was the first color set we ever owned because we had black and white small ones before that. It had the color TV, the record player on one side, and an 8-track and our AM/FM radio on the other side. You know, it was a nice setup. He paid $1,200 for that thing in 1967. In today's money, that'd be like $5,000. You know, or maybe more. Shit like that was expensive back then. You know, where today they don't sell them anymore. But if they did, you could probably pick one up for a couple $100, you know, because thanks to flat screen technology, instead everything got really cheap. I mean, the first flat screen TVs were the very first one was $50,000, and then they came down. I think they had like a 65-inch. They wanted $10,000 for. Now you can get a 65-inch at Walmart for $300, you know. They have 75 inches for under $1,000. I don't have a room big enough for one of those, you know. Plus, TV sucks now. I wouldn't waste my money on it. But the bottom line is, you know, things really were expensive in the 70s, you know, compared to what some of the stuff is today. Cars were still cheap, though, because in the 70s you could still buy a car for between $6,000 and $8,000. Unless it was a Cadillac. I think Cadillacs were going for $11,000. But if you wanted a Chevy or a Buick or a Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Ford, yeah, they were basically around $6,000, $7,000. Today, like I said, the car I drive, the Mercury Grand Marquis, it's an 04. In 04, it was $32,000. You know, ain't worth nothing now, but you know, that was a lot of money for a car. I mean, when you think about it, you know, And a new car today, which would be half of what I got, it'd be a little shit box, could be up to $50,000 or more. How do they justify that? And why are we so stupid to pay it? If everybody says, look, we're only going to pay you $10,000 for a car, otherwise go fuck yourself, we'll walk. And trust me, you go 6 months without a single car sale, they'll drop them down to 10 grand and beg you to buy one. But they're not doing that because we're dumb enough to pay the money. Well, if you don't buy it, somebody else will. And unfortunately, they're right, So, we're really the ones at fault for some of the stuff because we're gullible and stupid. Like, even if I couldn't afford a new car even if I wanted one, which I don't. If somebody handed me $100,000, say, hey, why don't you go buy yourself a new car? I'll have mine repainted. I'll re-engine it and everything, repower it the whole 9 yards, and probably put $20,000 to it and have the equivalent of a new car. I don't want a new car because one, they're too expensive, and two, they're garbage. Trust me, a 2026 whatever will not be around 10 years from now. My Grand Marquis will probably still be running it on the road. I checked it today. I have 94,567,000 miles on it. They're original because I'm the second owner of the car, and when I got the car, it had 13,000 on it. And that's an '04. Of course, like I said, my dad never drove it. I drove it a lot, obviously, but, And even now, I don't drive that much, but, And the car, mechanically, it's in excellent shape. Engine and trans, very good, knock wood, Air conditioner quit working, I'm going to have that fixed one of these days. And it needs a paint job, but that was because they did a robot paint job on those cars, and they suck. 32 grand, they couldn't even put a real paint job on it, But my dad bought a new Zenith 19-inch color TV with solid walnut cabinet in 1907 for $500. Mom was mad at him for spending so much money. Well, that was a lot of money. Like I said, I think ours was a 27-inch or 26-inch, whatever was most popular, 26 or 27th inch, and it had the record player and the stereo in it, and that was in an oak cabinet or walnut cabinet. That was $1,200, and my mother didn't have any say-so over what my dad spent money on because, he was the only one that brought money in, and he says, I'm buying that. And the real reason he bought it, I'm not lying to you. That's what he told me anyway. In 1967, what came out on TV? Star Trek. He loved Star Trek, man. We both watched, because I was allowed to stay up late to watch it. I think it came out at 9 o'clock at night, and my bedtime was like 8 o'clock, because I was real young. I was like 7 or 8 years old, something like that, but I was allowed to stay up late just to watch Star Trek. That was the rule, And he would watch that, and boy, he didn't fucking make no noise or interrupt him when he was watching it, because that was his show. And he found out that they shot it in color. He said, I'm buying a color TV, Because prior to that, some of you old guys probably remember these. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a piece of plastic vinyl that you could put on your picture tube. It had 3 colors. It was supposed to simulate a color TV. The bottom part was green, the middle part was like a brownish color, and the top part was blue for the sky. And you put it over there, it was supposed to give you the illusion of a color TV. It didn't work that well. My dad bought one of those things. He was very disappointed with it. And he says, I'm going and buying a color TV. But they were very expensive then. Now, and the first color TV, boy, I had the first, I was the first one, but it was the first year they were made. It was made on my birthday. It was a 30-inch color set, a round picture tube in it, and a flat glass in front of it. Big cabinet. Had a remote control, the boing boing ones. I know you guys remember those. It had a date on the back, September 13th, 1959. My fucking birthday, man. And one of my customers gave it to me, and I had it for a long time, and it still worked, Hey, James, Dundas Junction Model Railroad. How you doing, James? Good to see you. Remember Earl Shives, Jim? Yeah, they're paying, yeah, $89.95 for a car. I remember what they back in the East, gone now, but I remember them, and they weren't the greatest paint job, but they were cheap, you know. Trying to locate a train channel. Good luck with that, James. We talked about trains early on. Now we're into other things, you know. Derek says Wizard of Oz and FBI were in color before Star Trek. Yeah, but my dad wasn't into that, though. You know, he was a space buff. You know, I think he hoped or believed that space travel to some degree was real. I mean, we watched in '69 we watched the moon landing. Even I was conned by it. Oh my God, we landed on the moon. I said we found out later on they never did, but at the time that was the big thing. So. But yeah, they did have color TV all the way back in '59, and they actually had color film back in the '30s, but it was so expensive that nobody used it. So most stuff was in black and white. Raymond says Earl Scam is more like it. Thankfully, I've never been there. Yeah, I've seen some of his paint jobs. They weren't that great. I mean, it looked good for about a month. About a third month, it started falling off or discoloring. It was, I don't know what the hell they were using for paint, but it must have been the cheapest shit they had. Russ says just diarrhea and airplanes, James. There you go. So, some truth to that, unfortunately. But like I said, it's just it's kind of funny that way. And like I said, I think stuff really got cheaper in the '90s and in 2000 for a few years, and then like I said, it's kind of creeping back up again. Now, some things are never going to get you. TVs are getting cheaper and cheaper. And so that James says, my wife's stepbrother is moving to Utah. Why? I don't think I'd want to live in Utah. Is he Mormon? Utah is known for, Mormons. The Mormons are a little weird. They have a Bible, their own Bible. I read it. It was like reading a science fiction novel. Kid you not. Check it out sometime. James, I was talking about this earlier. I read an article today. Well, I didn't really read it, but I saw the headline. They said Canada's getting ready to lose its postal system. There'll be no more mail delivery in Canada. Is that true or is that bullshit? I'm curious. Gary says tape your own windows and bumpers or they would paint them. You could tell one of their jobs by the heavy overspray left on the tires. Well, this wasn't Earl Shives, but it was Electrobake, which was like the next step up from Earl Shives. I had a '76 Pontiac Le Mans that I bought for my wife. I bought it from the junkyard. And it ran, but I put another motor. I had a 350 in it, but a dead cylinder and no brakes. I drove it from Arcadia all the way to Naples with no brakes. Put another 350, and I built her a 350 for it, put it in there. The car was in beautiful shape, cosmetically. Transmission was good, but the engine was shot, and the brakes. Replaced everything. Put power windows in it, power seats, nice stereo system. Redid the interior. The interior was fair, but it was this ugly green color, the outside. I don't like green cars. So I said, I'm going to get it repainted. So I took it to Electrobake. Says, what do you charge me to repaint this? He says, I could do it for $300. I said, all right, go ahead and do it. So thank God I didn't have the good wheels and tires on there because they painted it. Now see, I used to take off everything and bring it in pretty well stripped, I took the headlights out, the grill off, all the chrome around the windows and shit. I took all that shit off, taillights out. Had my wife follow me, in my car and then drop the car off. And when I picked it up, I'd take it home and put everything back on. Thank God I did that. They painted the fucking tires and wheels. And when they rolled the car out, I says, don't you use wheel covers? No, why would we? Thank God there are old tires on there, because if I had my new wheels and tires on there and you did that, you'd be buying me new wheels and tires. I says, come on, you can't throw a blanket over the fucking tires? What the hell's wrong with you people? You know, the paint job wasn't bad. You know, it wasn't a fancy job. It was just enamel. It wasn't two-stage or anything. It was like a, I can't really, it's like a yellowish beige. But it looked good on the car, because I had a Landau top that I put on it. And that made it look, and that was vinyl. That looked nice, and it worked well with the car because the Landau top was brown, and also had a brown interior, so it worked out pretty good. But yeah, that dumbass has painted the fucking wheels and tires. You know, that's just a little bit. I mean, they fucking coated them fuckers. I had to throw them away. They couldn't be used anymore. You know. Chuck says good enough to paint and then sell your car. Yeah, that's what a lot of them did. Raymond says, I know the Mormons, they believe that there are gods on other planets. Yeah, it's weird. They got like 3 planets where you can go to one of them. I don't know if you get to choose or not. They got some fucked up shit, man, going on. I'm not even going to get into that because I've had dealings with them for a long time. See, Canada just collected enough votes to have becoming part of the U.S. put on the ballot. Are you serious? I know that we were talking about, yeah, I think it was, I can't remember which provinces were, but I know they want to become part of the U.S. I don't know if that's actually going to, I don't know how it could happen, but I have no issue with it if it does, you know. Because the idiot running Canada now, he's a socialist. He should be taken out and drawn and quartered, you know. Costco has Samsung 85-inch TV for $7.99. No shit. 85-inch? Holy Christ, man. That's like my whole fucking living room wall. Man, that's a pretty damn good price. Well, like I said, I have a big living room, a really large living room. I don't remember the dimensions, but it's huge. But like I said, the wall next to the fireplace, my fireplace is at the corner, and then there's the wall in front, you know, beside it where we hang the TV. And then I've got the couch on the back wall, which is about 15 foot behind the wall, where the TV is. An 85-inch TV would be like sitting in the front row of a movie theater. Yeah, that wouldn't work out well for me. And like I said, ain't nothing on TV worth watching anyway. Derek says, Chuck, that's a great price if it's decent. Well, it's a Samsung. Samsung makes a good TV. But Chuck says, true, a lot of TVs now are hit or miss. I personally like the Vizios, which is what I have here. Couldn't see the name for a minute. I think Vizio makes a great TV. And this one here in front of me, I paid $1,000 for it back in 2010. And you know, we had it hanging on the wall in the living room at the old house. Then when I came up here, I bought a smart TV for the living room because this isn't a smart one. And I said, this will make a good monitor for my train room. It's 40 inches. And I can get, if they don't make a non-smart TV anymore, but even a smart TV in 40 inch is like $200 now for a Vizio. And I paid $1,000 for this at Walmart, you know. And when I bought it, it looked huge because they had it up on like the top of the shelf. I go, that's a big ass TV. It wasn't the biggest one they had, but I'm thinking, I don't need nothing bigger than that. Then when I got it home, I go, this thing really ain't that big. You know. But I didn't care, you know. Like I said, there isn't much on TV anymore to make it worthwhile. But, yeah, TVs have gotten really cheap. You know. I said if I ever do have to replace, if I have a 50-inch in the garage that my stepdaughter gave me, it's not a smart TV either. It doesn't need to be for out here. And I think it's one of them oddballs, a ONN But it works, so if this one dies, I'll probably put the 50 in here. And if something happens with that one, then I'll probably replace it with another 50 inch. Because I'll just go bigger, you know. I got a 37 inch in my main computer in the house. I wish I had a 40 inch in there because I watch a lot of TV on it. And well, I don't want to go smaller here because I like the 40 inch, but, you know, I even thought about putting the 50 inch in there. You know, in front of my computer because, you know, I said I watch a lot of TV. I've got a 37 inch smart TV in there now, but I don't use the smart functions. It's just hooked to the computer, so it's dumb, you know. And that's all I need. Yeah, we got smart TVs throughout the house. We have one in the second bedroom. I think that's a 37 inch. We have a 40 inch in the living room. That's a smart TV. We have a 37 in the main bedroom. That's a smart one. I have a 20 inch. I think it's a 20 inch. In the office area, that's a smart TV. I originally bought it for out here in the shed and thought, what do I need that for? So the wife says, can I have it? I said, yeah, take it. I gave it to her. So she keeps the chickens in that office area. We call it the office. And I don't know why, but sometimes she puts on chicken shit on the TV, you know. So the chickens won't get bored. I said, Deb, they're chickens. They don't care. As long as they're fed and watered, they're fine, you know. Derek says, I watch YouTube on the smart. Yeah, well, you can watch YouTube. You can even watch Rumble on them, some of them. For those who like Rumble, like myself. I mean, but like I said, I have the movie site that I'm a membership of. I pay $30, $24 a month. Unlimited downloads. Any TV shows I want to watch. Movies. Sometimes I see movies before the theaters get them. I can get software for the computer. You know, they got X-rated shit, which I really don't watch, but they got it, you know. I mean, there's a lot of shit on there for $24 a month. It's a hell of a deal, you know. And I've been a member with them, I think, since 1996, you know. And it's all high definition, commercial free, you know, because that's the one reason. Because, you know, my wife watches a smart TV in the bedroom at night. And she says, these fucking commercials, there's more commercials than there is TV show, you know. I said, well, that's what you get because it's free, you know. I said, I can't stand commercials. I just wouldn't watch it. I'd turn it off. Fuck this, you know. So that's how I do things. So like I said, I really don't need a smart TV. What the hell is mine? Mine's a, I think mine's an ONN. Because at the time, I had a 32 inch there and it took a shit. It was an old one. I bought it. It was a plasma TV. And the backlighting went bad in it, so, you know, but it was plasma. I got it on sale. I paid like $400 for it back in early 2000s, you know. Got a lot of life out of it because I used it as a computer monitor. The only problem with it was plasma, and the plasmas had a problem with screen burn-in. So if you had solid wallpaper up, which I always did, it kind of burnt it into the screen permanently. So even when you turned it off, you could see the faint outline of my wallpaper. That was the only bad aspect of plasma TVs. Plus they were heavy. This thing fucking weighed a ton, you know. So when that one took a shit, I said, well, I got to have another computer monitor. So we went right to Walmart. And they had the 37 there. It was, I think I paid, this is going back five years. I think I paid $278 for it, maybe, for a 37 inch, but it's a no-win-net. You know, some fucking no-name, because the Vizios were expensive, and, you know, I didn't even really want a smart TV, but they didn't have any non-smart TVs at that point. So I guess I got to get one whether I want one or not. So Derek says I still have a 70-inch plasma TV in my man cave for my NASCAR races. That thing weighs a ton, huh? They were heavy-ass TVs. You know, my understanding of it, I never took it apart, the one I had, but they said inside it's an LED of sorts, but they said there was a living organism in there, the plasma thing, you know. And what they would do, they would excite it with electricity, and that's how it would change color. I don't really know the exact mechanics of how it worked, but I said when they first came out, I said, well, I don't want a TV with a living organism in it, you know. What if it gets out and attacks me in the middle of the night? I mean, that wouldn't happen, but, you know. They were good TVs, though. I mean, yeah, they have excellent refresh rate on them, you're right. But, yeah, they're fucking heavy as shit. One of my customers down in Naples, when I was still working before my stroke, he had a 65-inch plasma. He had it on a stand on he had to have a table built for it. It was so heavy, it would crush a regular TV stand. I think it weighed like 400 pounds. It was fucking outrageous, you know. Yes, it's filled with lightning bugs. Hell, it might be for all I know. It's some sort of living organism. That's what I was told when they first came out. That's why the first ones were so expensive, you know. I think the very first ones were like, 40 inches? And they were $50,000. I'm thinking, what kind of a moron would buy one? I met a guy that did. He paid $50,000 for his plasma TV. I go, holy Christ, man. You must have more money than you got brains, you know. That's a cool TV, man. But it was heavy as shit, you know. It took 3 guys to fucking, move it, pretty much. One behind it, one on each side. And you'd still want to drop a nut doing it, you know. But yeah, they're cool. Like I said, mine was a 32, and I bought it to replace my color monitor for my computer back in Naples. We all had CRTs at that point, you know. And I think I had a what was that, 20-inch, something like that? No, it wasn't even 20. It was 18-inch, square one. Fucking thing was a big hog, you know, a TV basically, with a picture tube in it. And I said, that's got to go. So this company I can't remember the name of the company now. It was one of the popular ones, mail order. And so we have a sale on plasma TVs. They're 32-inch. They're flat screens. And yeah, it was $350 I think I paid for it. $350. So I want to buy one of them. They shipped it. It got to me in one piece. I set it up, and that was a nice TV. You know. I bet those plasma TVs cracked the ground. They said, yeah, they probably did. Like I said, they were fucking heavy as shit, man. You know. Now I had a Sony Trinitron before that for a regular TV. My dad bought me because he used to buy used TVs all the time from like junk places and shit. You know, garage sales. They'd last a few weeks. He got them really cheap, $20-$30, portable color sets, and then they'd lay down. I said, Dad, stop buying that fucking crap. You spent so much money on garbage, you could have bought a new one. Well, I ain't spending money on a new one. So I went to the store. I bought him a brand new fucking, what the hell did I get him? It wasn't a Sony, but it was like the next one down. It was a 27-inch color set. Brought it to us. Here's your new fucking TV. And he had that thing for like 10 years, you know. I guess he felt guilty or something, but one day I came home and he says, I got something for you. So what'd you get me? He says, go take a look. It's in your bedroom. It's a fucking 30-inch Sony Trinitron. You know. He paid $1,200 fucking dollars for it. Yeah, I think, or $1,100 somewhere. It was over $1,000. Like, are you out of your mind? He says, well, he says, you do nice things for me, I'll do something for you. I was really happy. I had that TV for a long time. It weighed a fucking ton. You know. It was a flat screen, but not like these. It had a flat picture tube. And it was still about this deep, you know. Because the picture tube was, like I said, it was kind of flat and came out like a stick almost in the back. It was a good TV. I never had any problems with it. It had a remote, picture in picture, had all the cool shit in it, you know. Dolby stereos, you know. It was fucking nice, man. I couldn't believe he spent that kind of money on me, but I had that for a long time. But every time we had a move, it was a motherfucker, you know. I had to get friends to help me because I couldn't pick it up. It was that heavy, you know. So after I had the stroke, we were living in Bonita Springs. And, you know, my dad gave me his house, so we're going to move into his house because he went into a nursing home. And I called my daughter up. I says, you guys want a nice TV? She says, why? I said, you know, Dad bought me this Sony Trinitron 30 inches, beautiful TV, but I can't lift that motherfucker, you know, especially after I had the stroke. That wasn't happening. I says, you get your husband and bring a couple of friends with you, come and get it, it's yours. So they took it, they still got it. And that was what, from 2007, they're still watching it. Nice TV. Al Mar said, I had my Sony 46 inch for 20 years. There you go. Hey, them Sonys, they made great TVs, man. That's why I said, you know, when I saw that, I was happy he bought it for me because, like, I would have never put that money out myself, you know. But you know, he said, shortly thereafter I bought this one. I paid $900 for that. Going, but that's what they cost, so it was no big deal, you know. Tom says, Jim, my brother's wife's mom worked for Sony. We used to get employee costs all the time. It was great. And I'll bet, man. You probably saved a whole bunch of money on the Sony product. And they had good shit, you know. They said I had the Sony TV. I remember my dad, right before he went nursing home, he bought a Sony camcorder. That was nice. One of the nurses I hired to take care of him, she stole it. I couldn't prove it because, you know, I probably broke her fucking hand. But she stole the damn thing. He paid $700 or $800 for that thing. You know, the handheld one. Nice. Russ says, I have a 42-inch Hitachi plasma I bought in '07, still going strong. Like, yeah, they do last a long time as a rule, you know. Tom says, Sony no baloney. There you go. Good one, Tom. They're good TV. They always were. They had, actually, any of their equipment was good, but it was done on a high end, you know. I had a girlfriend, her TV was a Sony Trinitron. It was only it was a 23 inch or 24 inch, I don't remember. But it was not as heavy as mine was. I didn't have mine yet, but it was still a heavy TV for its size. But man, that thing had a picture on it you couldn't beat, you know. And she says, yeah, she's like, I made my ex-husband buy it, you know, before they got divorced. I said, yeah, and you got to keep it, huh? Typical woman, right? But they did. They made good shit, man. I don't know about now, because, you know, everything's going to hell. Even I read an article today that Toyota is no longer doing their quality control on their cars because they're trying to save money to lower the price of the car. That's probably not the best place to make your cut, you know. Derek says, plasma TVs put out a lot of heat. Yes, they did. You better have AC in the room in the summertime. That is true. Mine put out an incredible amount of heat, you know. Even on the front of it, I had my heat gun, or, you know, temperature gun. I'd point it at the screen, it'd be like 160 degrees, you know. Holy shit, that's hot, you know. Where these don't put any heat at all, you know, not really. So it was an unusual tech, but I guess at the time it was a good thing, you know. Like I said, when I first read about them, I'm thinking, I don't want no fucking TV with some life form in it, you know. Because they weren't very clear on what the living organism was, you know. I'm sure it was like a single cell thing that probably harmless to people. I mean, it would have to be, you know. I mean, what if you fell into it and, you know, broke the screen and got cut and the shit got into you? What would happen, you know? I don't think that ever happened, but Who the hell knows? It's a little weird. So it said that then, if you still have a plasma, you're in the minority. They don't sell plasma TVs anymore that I'm aware of. Even the LED TVs are going out of style. Now it's OLED, and they have a new one called the QLED. I don't know what the fuck the difference is, but they're hyping it up. Oh, you gotta get the new QLED TVs. What's wrong with the LED ones? I mean, the OLED was out there for a bit, and then they dropped that. Oh, now we have QLED. What are they gonna have next? ZLED? But and they're getting cheap. They walk in Walmart, man. You won't find a TV in there that's over $900. Like you said, it might be 85, 75, whatever inches. It's going to be relatively inexpensive. It's a shame we didn't have those back in the 70s when TV was really worth watching. I mean, I wouldn't go out on Friday nights because there were so shows that I wanted to watch. And I'm not going out Friday night because I want to watch my TV shows, But they don't have stuff like that anymore, TV today literally sucks. And you guys know it as well as I do. So, Eric says, is that why my pets keep disappearing in that room? Yes, the plasma's eating them, right? Probably not, but hey. So, so I said, it's we didn't have good TVs back then. I had a 27-inch color set. I bought it new. I don't remember what it was. Might have been a Motorola maybe, or RCA. It was an RCA. And it was alright, it wasn't very expensive or anything, not really. Now I had a Kit TV. Remember Heathkit? And he said when I was first married to my ex-wife, first wife, we were big into Heathkit stuff, and they had a color console TV that you can get from Heathkit, and I bought it. It was expensive. I think it was like $600 or $700, but you had to assemble the whole fucking thing yourself. It took me about 3 weeks to put it together, because you had to solder all the boards and stuff, and it came with built-in equipment to set up the colors right and all the other shit. A beautiful TV, had a great picture. He said it was a Zenith, but you built it yourself, Russ says probably something to do with reducing toxins and the climate change mafia with the LED. That's possible, who knows? Russ says I miss Heathkit. Yeah, I don't think it's around anymore. Didn't they go belly up some time back? I mean, my ex-wife used to buy stuff. The first thing she bought was a digital scale that you had to assemble yourself, and she did it. Took her about a week. She read the instructions and soldered the boards and shit, and put everything together, and it worked. And we had that for a long time. And Chuck says, "Hell, a TV we could ship it to." Yeah, I guess. Hey, but I'm not near as good as Heathkit was, so But they had all kinds of cool shit. I used to buy gadgets here and there. That was like one of my favorite things to do, was to build shit. Because I've always been a builder. I like building shit. And that's basically where I got my electronics knowledge from. It's from Heathkit. They had a computer you could build. I never bought it. I probably should have. I think it would have been like the equivalent of a 386 at the time. Maybe it was a 286, I don't remember. Said this was mid-70s, so. But it was cool. Ray says, screen powered by glowworms. There you go. I don't know what the fuck they had in there. He said it was probably some sort of single-celled amoeba or something that was basically harmless. He said they found out that they can put a small charge in certain things that would change colors. I mean, I've fucked around with TVs most of my life. And, I kind of know how they work. I mean, the premise of it anyway. And it always kind of I never could figure out color TV. Actually, any TV for that matter. You had the gun in the back. Well, in color you have 3 separate guns, which one is red, one is green, and one is blue. Red, green, and blue. The 3 guns, and they would project, is it protons or photons or some fucking thing, onto the mesh of the screen. Because inside the screen there was a mesh, and it would excite or electrons maybe. The electrons would excite the little pixels on the screen to make them change color. Thinking, how the fuck does it know which one's to point at? You know, it was just, they're weird, you know. Russ says Heathkit, Radio Shack, and Sears. I miss them all. Yeah, I kind of do too. I was a big guy with Radio Shack back in the old days because you could buy anything electronic you needed, you know, components. Then they got away from it, went mostly in the phones and stereos. And it's like, where's all your good shit? We don't carry that anymore. Oh, you're not really Radio Shack then, are you? Derek says, I just checked, Jim. They are still in there. Well, that's a good thing. You don't want them getting out. Chuck says, Lafayette was up there for years, one of the first ones to fall. I remember Lafayette. Yeah, like you said, it's just, everything changed, you know. We became a throwaway society. Nobody wanted to build or maintain or repair anything. You know, my mother's best friend's husband was a TV repairman. This is back in the 70s. His name was Jim Carr, James Carr, whatever. And he made a good. He was very wealthy actually. He made an excellent living repairing TVs. You know, he'd come to your house and fix them, or he'd have you drop them off and fix them, or he'd pick them up and fix them at his shop. I mean, he did everything, you know. But that was his thing. He'd repair, TVs. Today, I don't think there's any TV repairmen left. You know. Now, you could fix a flat screen yourself. They're really easy. My old tenant, Patricia, back in Naples, she had a 50-inch and a 55-inch smart TVs. Well, we must have had a power surge in the house because it knocked both of them out. She was kind of pissed. She says, you know, I'm going to have to buy new TVs. No, you don't, Patricia. I could repair them. How? I said, you just replaced the boards in the back. They took the back off it. There's basically 2 main boards. There's the TV part of the board, and then there's the power supply board. Well, you can get them used or even new. There's places on the internet that sell them for that specific TV. So I found the boards. They were $35 for both boards. Bought them, put them in. TV was like new. I fixed both of her TVs that way. So as long as you don't damage the screen, a TV is repairable. But do they have any actual repairmen? I don't think so. Russ says now we have YouTube. Yeah. I had all the equipment to fix black and white early 70s. Oh, James, yeah, I'll bet. I worked on some of them because I had a curiosity with it. And like I said, I learned what everything did. I replaced yokes, high voltage triplers, tubes, of course, you know, back when they had tubes. They weren't that hard to fix once you got, knew what was going on. Even the color sets weren't that bad. When they went solid state, that kind of put a damper on some of it because, you had to get an idea of what was bad, isolate it, and then test it. So you might have a bad resistor or capacitor on the board. It might not have been obvious. So you had to desolder it, test it. If it was bad, replace it. If not, put it back in, resolder it. And it was a pain in the ass, So like I said, I didn't fool with, solid state TVs too much. But the old tube sets, oh yeah, I played with them all the time. And I was able to fix them 9 times out of 10, So, no circuit boards point-to-point wiring. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's basically all it was. They said they were tubes, and you know, the only thing that really went bad in those TVs was either the high voltage tripler or the yoke on the back of the tube. That was the two biggest ones, or one of the actual vacuum tubes that would go bad. But it was going to usually be one of the three. The few circuits they had in them, which they said were point-to-point wired, they very rarely went bad. You know, resistors, capacitors, they really never went bad unless there was a major problem. So most of the ones I worked with, the yoke went bad. And you replaced the yoke, and boom, we're ready to go. You had to realign it because the yoke had to be lined up on the tube right, or because you could distort the picture if it wasn't on there right. But you know, it wasn't that hard to work on. I learned pretty quick, you know. I just had an interest in that stuff. So, you know, he said when I built the Zenith Heath kit, that gave me way more knowledge on the color, and that was solid state. There were no tubes in that, except for the picture tube. But you know, and you had to solder all the boards. You know, you had bags and bags of resistors, capacitors, diodes, all kinds of, you know, what do they call them? I can't remember what the other things are called now, but chokes. You got to put all that shit in there and then tune it, you know. But everything was built in so you could tune it, because once you got it all working, you had to set the colors up right, you know, make sure that they were lined up right and all that stuff. And all the test equipment was built into it. And I'll tell you what, that was one of the best projects I ever did. And I had that TV for close to 10 years. And I sold it. It didn't break. I sold it after I got divorced, because I didn't want to cart it around anymore. Chuck says, when I went to tech school in the mid-70s, radio and TV repair was a course along with key punch operator. Next door, both gone. Yeah, I did key punch in high school because our computer had the cards, and I was a key punch programmer. Wasn't that hard. I don't remember how to do it now, but you know. But yeah, that's all gone now. James said I had boxes of schematics. Left them in the house when my mother passed away. Oh, sorry to hear about your mom. Russ said, I'm a licensed electrician. I used to get asked to do side jobs quite often. When YouTube do-it-yourself got into its prime, requests to do side jobs dropped off a cliff. That's true, unfortunately. You know. So much that used to be is now gone. Like I said, I don't think there's such a thing as a TV repairman, you know. But back in the day, I mean, Jim would be dead by now because he was probably in his 40s when I was a kid. But he might be alive, but I doubt it. But, you know, it became a lost art, you know. Everything was repairable back in the day. Like I said, when I was doing my handyman business, I was fixing everything, you know. Oh, ladies, can you fix a washing machine? Well, what's it doing? Well, it won't do the cycles anymore. All right, yeah, I could fix it. I knew the timer was bad on it, and they were all it was all mechanical at the time, no digital shit. So I go down there and get the model and serial number off the washing machine in the make. Go to the appliance place. I need a timer for this, you know. It's like $40-50. I get the timer, bring it back, pop it in. Things like brand new. You know. The woman's like, oh my God, I'm so happy. It saved me $400 to buy a new machine, you know. But that stuff was easy to work on. Same with dryers, you know. A heat element might go bad, or they got the heat limiter sensor in there. They would go bad. It wasn't hard to figure out what you needed. You'd replace it, and boom, you're good to go. Or change a belt, you know. I was able to fix all that shit. Now all this electronic crap, something goes bad, just, well, that's going out to the curb. It'll cost more to fix than it would be to replace. You know, don't make sense. Thomas says, I wrote code on card punch cards. 80 columns, took a long time to get the program correct. That's true, it is. Ours was simple because in high school we used it for report cards. So there wasn't much to do. We had a schematic where you had a punch for certain things, and you did it, and it went through, and it worked. I mean, it was kind of a no-brainer, you know. That's probably how we were able to get that job. There was a few of us that were doing it. James says, my shop teacher would burn the scrap wire in the boiler. Okay. I don't know why. Now, we used to have a 55-gallon drum at the junkyard. We'd take the wiring harnesses out of cars, stuff them in the barrel, light them, to burn the insulation off so you'd have pure copper. And then he'd sell the copper to the copper junk dealer. That we did. But that only worked on copper wiring, so. Fortunately, they never used aluminum wiring in cars. Yeah, you sell the copper for money, for scrap. That's what we used to do. That was the easiest way to get the insulation off of it. Because they wouldn't take it if the insulation was still on it. So I said we'd take a whole wiring harness, just throw it in the barrel. I don't know how the shit was still usable. I guess they somehow or another they reuse it, but it would burn all the rubber and plastic off of it, and the connectors, and then you'd left with, you know, pretty much scorched copper, but it was still worth something. Oh, meltdown. Yeah, that's right, Russ. That makes sense. So, because we used to do a lot of that stuff too. I mean, anything that could be sold for scrap, we would collect and sell. A golf course, we used to collect soda and beer cans. You know, beer cans from the golfers, because you know they sold alcohol on premises. And you know, after about 6 months, we had a massive container of aluminum cans. And boss told me, throw that shit in the back of the truck. You know, crush it first, take it down to the scrapyard, and we'll throw a party with the proceeds. How much do you think you're going to get off of that? I'll get a few $100. And he did. I think I got like, it was like $700. I had the whole bed of the Ford Ranger filled with crushed cans, you know. It was a lot of cans there. So, James said, Jim, we would have 5-foot square bins filled with burnt wiring. Yeah, oh, there you go. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said the scrap is worth money. I'm sure they recycle it somehow. But, and we did that with steel too, because anytime we cut up something, we just throw everything in, you know, like I said, we had an area for scrap. We had aluminum, we had steel, I think we had some copper, not much. And I'd take it down to the scrapyard once or twice a year and got money for it. We'd throw a party for everybody. So it was kind of a cool deal, you know. But, I mean, it reminded me when I was in high school, we used to collect soda bottles because, you know, Coke and Pepsi bottles are worth a dime at that point. And there were people that would just throw them on the ground and forget about them. They didn't break them. But we'd pick them up, you know. 5 bottles to get you a pack of cigarettes. And that's how I supported my habit when I was, you know, 15 years old, because what the hell, you know. The rest says, I have an auto wire stripping machine I got in trade from Craigslist. That's cool. James says, big money now. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Russ says, automatic. Well, that's cool. Yeah, they got a lot of fancy stuff now, but, you know, back in the day, we had to do that shit by hand or set it on fire or something, you know. I said the junkyard, we used to burn it, and we'd have like a truckload of burnt, you know, copper wiring. I never saw the check, but I turned it in, and they never gave me the check for it, so I think my boss got the check, but he had to be making some money on it. I used to haul junk cars to the scrapyard, you know, the recycler. I had 6 cars on the back of a, you know, flatbed semi that were crushed. I'd come back with a, you know, $4,000 check. Like, holy shit, that's a lot of fucking money, you know, for nothing. Because we'd already stripped the engines and all the good shit out of the cars. We had a crusher on site. And my boss would crush the cars, throw them up on the flatbed. He says, he paid me $50 to take them to Miami from Naples, or Bonita actually, and drop it off for scrap. And that's what I did. I said I had an auto car that I was driving that was up on there, didn't run. He come up to me one day, he says, "You get that thing running, I'll put you to work." I said, "Doing what?" He said, "Well, I'll let you drive it." This is before CDLs. I had a chauffeur's license, I didn't need a CDL. I think I was 17 at the time. Maybe I was 18, I don't remember. But so he says, "That's all I gotta do is get it running." He says, "Yeah, if you can get it running." It was like parked on like 2 or 3 crushed cars, I got up there, I got it running. It took a few days. Drove it off the crushed cars and said, "All right, where am I going?" So he says, "Well, there's a flatbed trailer we're going to hook up to in the back of the yard. I'm going to put some crushed cars on there, strap them down. You're going to take them to Miami and sell them for, scrap." Okay. and back then, $50 was a lot of money just to sit in the seat and drive the truck. So I had a blast, man. I did it like, it was about every 3 months I'd do a run. Russ says, "My dad used to burn the insulation off too when I was a kid." Well, yeah, because like I said, that was probably the easiest and cheapest way to do it. Like, it's 20 after 9 already. Where the hell did the time go? That thing still ain't done. Let me bring up the screen real quick and see where it's at. Where is it? There we go. Yeah, let's see here. Got 12 minutes left and it'll be done. That's not bad. 12 minutes for that cabinet to be done. We'll wait until it's done before I sign off. And I'll show it to you. So, yeah, it's like I said, things are so much different now from when I was a kid. And it seems like forever ago. James says, "Russ, I wound water-cooled induction heating coils for the steel industry. That must have been a fun job." So, I said, "A lot of you guys, you did some cool shit that I never got a chance to do. I've done some of my own cool things, but, back then, it was funny because I was a high school dropout. I never finished the 10th grade. And I got some pretty good jobs with, and I had no real experience. They said, "Can you do it?" I think so. "We'll give you a try." And, I tried. I bullshitted my way into a lot of jobs, But I figured it out, got good at it, and they were impressed and kept me on, Even gave me raises. But it was easy to do back then. Today, hey, you gotta have a fucking diploma, you want college certificates, you want to have a bachelor's degree, master's degree. Fuck all that shit, man. Them fuckers are dumb as a box of rocks anyway, But, back in the day, they gave you a chance to prove yourself, and if you did, you were good, If you weren't, well, you got fired. But I never got fired from any job that I ever applied for, Hey, Waycross Train Spotter. Scott, how you doing? Hi, Jim. I decided not to go to the MMRA convention in Chattanooga and went to the convention in Orlando, Florida, 2017. Oh, cool. That was a few years ago. And James says, "Russ, I had to learn how to silver solder the blow holes from the hot steel." I'll bet you that was fun, too. I learned how to silver solder from a body man, actually. And he taught me how to do it back when I was 16 when I learned how. I picked up a lot of skills along the way from, a lot of these guys that I don't really like me or something. It's like, "Hey, come here. I teach you how to do something." Okay. And I was always in on anything, If you could teach me something I could use, I was all in on it, But, and I did. I learned a lot of stuff from, other people that taught me how to do things, or just watching them do it, Like I said today, it doesn't matter, because without that piece of paper, They won't even look at you, you know. I was After I got divorced, I was with this one girl, and she was working for the hell was the name of that? It was a magazine company in Naples. I can't remember the name of it now. It'll come to me eventually. But anyway, she was an accountant there, you know. She was pretty smart. Well, the CEO embezzled $1 million and fucking headed to California. They wouldn't even prosecute him. But now the company was in the red because he stole a bunch of money and they had no CEO. So I said to Michelle, I says, ask them if they'll hire me. I said, I can run that company. It was Gulf Shore Life magazine. I knew it would come to me. It's a stupid magazine, but I figured I could run it, you know. Because I have a good business head, you know. I said, I'd get them back out of the red within, 6 months. So I actually got an interview with the fucking owner of the company. He was from New York or whatever. He flew down to, interview me. And he says, well, you sound good. He says, what are your qualifications? I says, well, actually I don't have any, I says, I know business, and everything I've talked to you about I know how to do. I says, I don't have any degrees. I never went to college. Hell, I never finished high school. But I'm smarter than most people. Hell, I got an IQ of 159. He says, well, I'd hire you in a heartbeat, but I got to have some, you got to have some sort of a, a degree in something, business. And well, fuck, I says, did you have a degree when you founded the company? Well, that's different. That's not different, You were smart, you knew what you were doing, and you started a company, and you made it successful. Unfortunately, you're not too bright about the people you hire. You hired a guy that stole $1 million off you, and you don't even want to prosecute him. It costs more to prosecute than he's worth. I would do it just out of, because, make an example out of him. I said, it's still bullshit, So anyway, he wouldn't hire me because I didn't have any degrees. Damn shame, because the job paid like $250,000 a year. Now, I would have worked for half of that and been happy, And I actually did. I said, you can start me off for less money. Once I prove myself, then you give me full pay. I said, I'll work with you. He says, you really want this job, don't you? I said, well, it's a cake job. I won't get my hands dirty. I've been getting my hands dirty all my life. Doesn't bother me, but, if I can make good money and not get dirty, what the hell? So, like I said, he says, man, I'd hire you in a heartbeat. You sound smart. You certainly know what you're talking about. But I can't hire you without some sort of degrees. I go, well, that's the way it goes then. And we parted company, and that was the end of that. And the guy they did hire who had degrees, he wound up quitting, or they fired him a year later because he fucking didn't help the company at all. So they would have been better off with me behind the desk than they would him. But, you can't fix stupid. Well, I haven't heard that. It's getting ready, though. It's still doing its final touches. Be a couple more minutes. Yes, you will get to see it finished. So, like I said, I learned how to do a lot of things, Like I said, I can run a business, and something as simple as a magazine, that seemed like cake work to me, It's like, yeah, I could do that. Because most of the jobs I had were more technical in nature, I said, I've always been a mechanic and a little bit of electronics. I got jobs doing shit that I had no fucking... Yeah, I went up to Indiana once to help my sister out because her husband, he was a piece of shit, and he was gambling all his money. She didn't know it, and she was getting ready to get thrown out in the street because she threw him out after a while. Turns out that the rent wasn't paid on their trailer for like 8 months, I mean, everything was getting ready to turn off. They had no food, so I said, I'll come up and help you. So I went up there, and of course John, he says, look, you're going to need some work up here. I said, well, no, I keep traveling back and forth. I'll go back home and paint, and then come back up here and, put some money up. And me and him got along, even though he was an asshole. He said, I'm going to get you a job where I'm working. I said, all right, where are you working? He said, I'm working at A box plant. What the fuck do you do at a box plant? Yeah, we make boxes. I said, seriously, what kind of boxes? Like cardboard boxes? He says, yeah. He says, I'll get you a job there. So he did. I got down there and a fucking dyke was running the thing. And she like didn't have an issue with me at first. So she says, I'm going to put you at the front of the line on the box cutter. So you fuck up, everybody fucks up. So no pressure there, right? So I learned how to use the machine. It was easy. You had to make your cuts and then your creases. You had a spec sheet, so you had to set everything. You'd run through that X number of boxes, and then they went to the next person who, labeled them. And then it was like 6 or 7. They were all women working there. Me and John were the only guys working there. And then John quit after that anyway. So I put in a request for new cutting wheels on the cutting machine. They were ancient, and they weren't getting good sharp cuts out of it. So this fucking dyke comes up and says, you're not doing a very good job cutting these boxes. I said, well, the dimensions are right on the money. You could check. I said, the blades need to be sharpened. I can't do that. I request either new blades or have these, resharpened. We can't afford to do that. I said, well, you're going to get shipped boxes then, So she got mouthy with me, and I said, let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck if you got tits or not. I'll beat the shit out of you, You treat me with a little bit of respect and not like I'm some piece of shit. She said, I'll take you outside and kick your ass right now. Lead the way. She didn't want to do it when she figured out I was going to take her out there. I would have beat the hell out of her. I don't care. As far as I was concerned, she wasn't no woman, She didn't act like one, didn't dress like one, didn't even really look like one, So I wound up quitting after that, but, Anyway, let's see what this thing looks like. To get my fat ass out of the chair. Oh. That glue works pretty good. Come right off. Anyway, this is the cabinet. It is 8 slots for 8 drawers. And this was the top, actually. It's got a little indent on the top. I don't know. You could actually, there's a plate you can make for it. It's a lettered plate. I ain't wasting my time with that, but, I don't care. But anyway, this part looks good. That glue did a good job as far as adhesion goes. So this is a usable container. So the next step, of course, I won't do till tomorrow, which will be to start printing the drawers. I shut that off. Yeah. So again, thanks again, Tom, for letting me know about this glue. This is some good stuff, man. So it was a bit expensive when I saw the price. I'm going, what the fuck? But it works great, and that's all that matters. And I guess it goes a long ways. You don't have to use it every time you do a print. So, Tom says, I am just like the movie Con Air, self-educated. Yeah, exactly. Well, kind of the same here, too. I'm self-taught pretty much. I mean, I've watched other people and had some instruction. But most of the shit I learned on my own, And I said that was a common trait, I guess, back in the day. You won't see that today because these dummies, you can't even show them how to do shit because they're dumber than a box of rocks, Oh, thanks, Derek. It does look good. Thanks, Chuck. It did turn out pretty good. Do you make the drawers with clear? I have clear, but I could try it just to see what it looks like, because that's not a bad idea. I got a whole spool of clear. Maybe I'll try that tomorrow. I'll switch over to the clear. I'll print one and see how it comes out. That's a good idea. I'll take that into consideration. Russ says, I am a jack of all trades and master of one. I used to tell people I'm a jackass of all trades and master of none. That's because it was funny to say that, but don't pick on the rocks. There you go, Al. I mean, I'm a master of some of them, I guess. And I'm not really a jackass, but I can be. That's how most of us old guys learned anyway, you know. Like my dad. My dad was a house painter, and that was what he was good at, you know. And he was good at it. He taught himself. Nobody showed him. You know, he learned and perfected his trade after a while, and he was very good at what he did, you know. And a lot of the guys I knew that, poor rocks, a lot of guys I knew that were, you know, older than me, they were all self-taught, you know. A lot of these millionaires and billionaires, they were all fucking high school dropouts. Some of them were grade school dropouts. And they still went on to, you know, be worth millions and billions of dollars because they were smart. Because they had the dedication and the drive to do the job. And that's something that's severely lacking today because people just don't give a shit, you know. They want the money, but they don't want to work for it. And nobody gives a shit about anything, you know. Well, just pay me. I don't care whether the job's good or not, but I'm still worth the money. No, you're not, you know. That's just the way it goes. So, you know, it's unfortunate, but that's what happened. Will that ever change? I don't know. Will we ever go back to the old ways? I don't know. I think at some point we're going to have to. But we need to raise the kids better to begin with, you know. This bullshit of, you know, putting computers in their hands in kindergarten and you know, phones and calculators. When I was in school, well, we didn't have cell phones. But you couldn't even bring a calculator to class. We got caught with one. That was instant 3-day out-of-school suspension, you know. You're here to learn, not to fucking cheat, you know. Today, these kids, they bring their phones to school with them. They get a pop quiz or something. Yeah, we'll Google it. We'll figure it out. They don't learn nothing. Even when my kids were in school, my daughter used to come home with homework. And it was a bunch of words on a sheet of paper. I says, what do you do with them? So we have to remember them. That's not how you learn how to read. You know. So do you know how these words are put together? What do you mean? I said, you know, phonics. She had no idea what the hell I was talking about. So I had to teach her myself the way I was taught so she could actually read and write properly and know the definition of words. But their idea was we'll throw a bunch of words at them, they'll memorize them, what they are and how they're spelled, and they'll be good to go. But that's not the way you should be taught to read, you know. And you guys, you know what I'm talking about because we were all taught the same way. You know, you had to break down the word phonetically, and then, you know, then you had to find out what the word meant, and then you would apply both together. They don't do that anymore. I said, Al Morris says, we did shit back in the day not have a video bay. That's true. That's what I'm saying. It's all crap now, you know. The rest is AI will destroy most jobs as we know them. I think you're right, Russ. You know. They're already taking jobs, you know. And, you know, the thing is, yes, a machine might be able to do better and cheaper than we can. But it's not going to have the commitment that a human has to do the job above and beyond, you know. Like I said, my car, my Grand Marquis was machine painted. There wasn't a guy out there with a fucking sprayer painting it. It was a fucking robot painting it. And they were able to get like the thinnest paint job that was inhumanly possible, you know. Well, yeah, they did a fine job when the car came out of the, you know, went to the showroom. But after a couple years, it just started flaking off because it was too thin, you know. So, what did they get out of it, you know? I mean, well, they probably made money, but the end user, us, you know, the people that bought these cars, we got fucked over, you know. And you can't get a good paint job now for under, well, a professional paint job's going to cost you between $6,000 and $8,000, you know, which is fucking nuts, you know. I had the money at one time to get that job done, but I refused to pay it. I went to a body shop. I said, can you give me an estimate to paint the car? Yeah, $7,000. Is the fucking car isn't worth $7,000. You know, the car was only worth like $5,000 at that point. So why would I paint the car for more than what it costs to replace it? You like the car? Yeah, but not that much. You know. Chuck says the scary part, Russ. What will we do with the people out of work? Well, that's where I think the UBI comes in. You know, universal basic income. Because you guys didn't see the print. Sorry. Here's the print. It says it's pretty good. Pretty straight. There's no problems with it. Looks good. I got to print the drawers yet, but that'll be in the next couple of days. So, yeah, because I said the same thing. If everybody's laid off and can't find work, what the fuck are they going to do for money? And all these machines making all this crap won't be worth anything because they won't be able to sell it because we don't have any money. So they're going to have to do universal basic income, which is a form of socialism, you know. You ever see that? There's a cartoon on Sundays called UBI, Universal Basic Income. And these guys worked at a hot dog factory. And turns out one of the workers was talking to the boss and says, you know, I read somewhere that robots can do this job better than humans. And so the boss fucking paid for all the robots, right? And this idiot didn't realize he fucking, you know, talked himself out of a job, but they laid off everybody and replaced the hot dog company with robots to make the hot dogs. So they were ready to have a basic revolt in the town because it was a small town. It was in Glanton, Pennsylvania or someplace. I don't remember I don't know, it's fictional. So the company owner said, you know what, we're going to try something. We're going to give everybody a UBI. And they're like, what the hell is a UBI? You know, Universal Basic Income. We'll give everybody that worked here a $3,000 check every month for the rest of their lives. They weren't quite making as much as they were making hot dogs, but pretty close. So, you know, they took it because what was the choice? They couldn't do anything else. I think you're going to see that happen. I believe it already is happening in some areas. Paint not cheap for crowd. No, it isn't anymore, but the paint itself is still relatively inexpensive. I could get base coat, clear coat. I would need 2 gallons to do my car. A gallon of the base and a gallon of the clear. The base coat's about $400, and I think the clear is right around the same money. Because the reason why we're charging thousands more than they used to is because the price of paint went up. It didn't go up that fucking much, you know. The price of labor went up, obviously. Like I said, I remember when you can get a premium paint job, wasn't that long ago, for around $1,200. Like show car quality paint. Now you're getting a basic paint job for, you know, between $6,000 and $8,000. The problem is, usually by the time your car needs to be repainted, it has no real value. So you're thinking, do I really want to, you know, it's like buying another car, sort of, you know. Now, that other company there, what the hell is Mako? I said the Amco the other day, not Amco. Mako, they'll paint the car and do a good job, base coat, clear coat, for right around $2,300. I can't afford it right now, but as soon as I come into the money, I'm going to let them repaint the car. I had the car painted once by a professional body shop. I paid almost $3,000, and they fucked it up. This was a reputable dealer, body shop too, and they made a mess out of it. It's so bad I had to replace the roof. They said I had some rot in the roof. They went ahead and, you know, put body filler in there, and it got real bad. It was starting to leak in the car, you know, through the paint. So I took it to another body shop, and I said, you know, what do you think? Can you fix it? He says, you got to put another roof on this thing. So I paid $1,200 for a new roof, straight from Ford. You know, he ordered a brand new roof, cut the old one off, put the new one on, and repainted it. And it looks better than the rest of the car. Uh, oh, thanks, James. Appreciate that. Russ says UBI is going to have to be pretty high. It costs about $2,500 to $3,000 just to exist every month in my area. Well, it would probably be different areas. James says my pension's not that high. Yeah. Earl Shy will pay in any car for $19.95. There you go. Hey JD, how you doing, man? We were talking about Earl Shies earlier, but they were $89. I think $89.95 for a paint. I remember seeing them when I was younger. Their paint jobs weren't that great, but I mean, you get what you pay for to some degree. Grandpa was 40 years ago. Yeah, it was probably about 40 years ago. Russ says, where's the money for UBI going to come from? Elephant in the room. Well, it's based on the premise that they'll save so much money with machines. They won't lower the price. They said, let's say a hot dog company, for example, says, all right, we're going to fire all the humans and bring in robots to make hot dogs. The initial cost will be a little high, but down in the near future, the cost will be very low. These machines can work 24/7, 365 days a year, no breaks, no paid vacation, no sick leave. We're not actually paying them except for what we cost them to buy and maintain them. Maintenance is cheap on them. So they're not going to lower the price. Say a pack of hot dogs when humans were making them, say were $6 for a pack of 10 or 8 or whatever. They're still going to be $6 for a pack of 8, even though the robots have jacked up the profit margin like probably 80% or more. So that extra money, they could take that and give it to UBI to pay their people that they laid off. It's a workable solution. The only bad part is that's what you'll be stuck with for the rest of your life, So you can't go into the boss 6 months down the road or a year down and say, hey boss, can I get a raise? You ain't going to get a raise on your UBI. I don't think anyway. So, technically I'm on a UBI. I get Social Security Disability. I get a set amount every month. If you're on a pension, you get a set amount every month. That's kind of a UBI, but not exactly, but it's close. So, well, yeah, I realize that, JD, but it'll still be cheaper than hiring human personnel. And the new machines will be able to repair themselves. So if you have a fleet of robots making the hot dogs, for example, and one breaks down, there'll be a repair robot, sitting in the closet waiting to go to work. He's going to go out there and fix the other robot. Humans not needed. And that's what it's coming to, Is it a good thing? No, it's a bad thing as far as I'm concerned, because I think if people don't have work or don't have a reason for decent living, they'll go nuts, And I think what you'll have is a lot of murders, a lot of rapes, burglaries, and everything else. Because work is good for the human spirit, the mind. It keeps you busy, keeps you out of trouble. If you're sitting around home collecting a free check, you got a lot of time on your hands to think about how you could get more, or take that, big-titted blonde bitch down the street, whether she likes it or not. It's going to go south. It will. Because it's not the way we're supposed to do things. JD says the movie I, Robots. To a point it is. Exactly, JD. People need purpose. And when you no longer work, you're not really going to have purpose. Well, there'll probably be other types of jobs out there for some. Like JD said, you'll have to have people, somebody's going to have to be there overseeing something. There'll be techs out there, tech engineers or whatever. But you're not going to need the majority of the populace to be a tech engineer. There's not enough work for them. Idle hands at the devil's workshop. There you go, Russ. There's some truth to it, man. When when people are out of work, they tend to get violent and do stupid things, you know. Technology will be the fucking, it'll be the end of us, I guarantee it, you know. Because the technology is growing faster than our ability to deal with it. And eventually we'll be like children in a fucking kindergarten class. You know, what do we do now? I don't want to learn anymore. You know, you'll be a bunch of spoiled kids that just want to kill each other. Maybe that's the plan. I don't know. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Because the people in charge and the shadow government or whoever the fuck they are, they don't give a shit about us and they want to wipe most of us out anyway. You know, the same group that old Klaus was with, you know, you will own nothing and you'll be happy. Yeah, he also says he's probably thinking you'll also be dead because we're going to kill you, you know. I mean, according to Georgia Guidestones, they want to have a population of 500 million worldwide. Now, we're at 8 billion right now. They want to take out 7.5 billion people to have 500 million that they can control. It won't be good for those that survive or those that get killed either, but, you know. I don't think they can actually pull it off, but you never know. You know, they want their own personal playground where we'll be slaves. It's all about slavery. We started out with slavery, we'll go back to slavery. Except you and I won't be the slave owners. We'll be the slaves if we survive. Of course, they won't let us survive because, you know, we're too old. I remember when I was a kid, my dad, I don't remember the movie now, but there was a movie out, and the premise of the movie was they would kill you once you turned like 35 or something like that. They figure you were no longer productive, and you were more of a drag on society than a benefit. And he always said, he says, you know, someday that could happen, where they'll decide how long you can live, and once you're no longer a productive member of the society, they'll simply kill you off. And you know, I'm beginning to wonder if maybe that's what they're planning. Russ says you just can't make this stuff up. That's true. Hey, Jesse of Oklahoma, how you doing? Been a long time since I've seen you. Woohoo, that's heavy duty. Yeah, it is. Logan's Run, that was one of them. But this was a movie. This wasn't a series. I saw Logan's Run. I still have it. I want to watch it again. I downloaded the whole series. Now, this was an actual movie. It was back in the 60s. And it was probably similar to Logan's Run, but it wasn't Logan's Run. But, you know, that's some pretty fucked up shit, man. That some asshole, probably 100 years old, is going to decide that, well, you're too old to be a productive member of society, so we're just going to eliminate you, you know. Well, maybe you should start with yourself. That's what I said. You know, when it comes to Klaus, I'm thinking, hey, Klaus, you should own nothing, and we'll make sure you're happy. You know, show us by example. You know, he's not going to do that because, you know, they're going to be doing their thing. Jesse says, I've been around just trying to find everyone again. Okay, well, you found us now. So, I don't know. We live in scary times. I don't know what's ahead. I wonder if maybe we're going to have to fight for our lives at some point. I mean, a lot of us, you know, we're on the back end of life. You know, I mean, I may have another 20 years on me, but, you know, I'm not in a position where I could really, you know, fight a civil war effectively. So it's not good. Russ says, did YouTube make you disappear, Jesse? That's a good question. That's happening with some. You know. You know, it's almost 10 o'clock. I wasn't supposed to be on here this long. I was actually thinking about knocking off around 8:30. What the hell happened? It's your fault. Hey, but we have fun. That's all that matters. So, anyway, I am going to wrap things up here in a couple of minutes. Thank God everything worked out good. I take it there was no problems with the feed. The stream was good. No shaking, stuttering, buffering, or any of that shit. A couple of times I went down in the red, like maybe twice, briefly. But I didn't notice any freezing on the monitor, so might have been alright. The question is, was Jesse around when the good stuff was going on tonight? Probably not. You can watch the replay though, Jesse. And Russ says, I am worried about my kids and grandkids, not so much myself. I hear you. I mean, I got kids. I got great grandkids already, man. And I don't know what the fuck, what kind of world they're going to live in. Maybe they'll fix it. I don't know. I hope so. Tom says, all good, Jim. That's cool. Jesse says, glad I caught you. You know I love this talk. Yeah, I'll bet you do. You'll have to watch the replay because we had about, 20 minutes of train talk and straight to the bullshit. So, what the hell else, right? But, now, but you're right, Russ. I mean, and even my kids are getting up there. My oldest daughter is 44, something like that now. She's, I had her when I was 17. I'm 66, so yeah, she's probably in her mid-40s by now. I'm bad with numbers, but it's all in Bible prophecy. Well, that's true, it is. It is what it is, so I don't know. Tom says, okay, guys, everyone have a great weekend. We'll catch y'all later. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up, too. I'm going to run the outro. Y'all have a good weekend. Be safe. Remember to play with your trains, because, what the fuck else is there? And I'll see you Thursday. And don't forget, Wednesday night is Tom Grassi. Monday night on Rumble is Tom Kvichak, Tom's Trains and Things. And also on Monday is James Galton. He does, I can't remember what it's called now, but he's on at 7 o'clock, so catch him. And I think that's everybody that I'm aware of. We'll see y'all later. Have a good one, man. Thank you. Forgot to put the overlay on my outro. Sorry, guys. I'll get it for next week. And, yeah, if you want to post your link, Jesse, go ahead. It'll be in the chat.